Chapter 518. Mo Xiaoyao leaned against the roof of the main hall. With his skills, he did not need to remove the glazed tiles to be able to hear the conversation inside. Naturally, he did not need to worry that the people below would discover him. Yili knew that her qigong was not good enough, so she did not go over to join in the fun. She just sat there and waited for Mo Xiaoyao. In less than a quarter of an hour, Mo Xiaoyao quickly came back. He pulled Yili out of the main hall and picked up a few stalks of hidden Luo Ming flowers before bringing Yili out of the southern border Holy Land. The two of them left the valley and walked back the way they came. The two horses that they thought had already run away were actually still leisurely nibbling on the grass on the ground. The two of them randomly chose a flat and comfortable place to sit down. They took out the dry rations and wine that they had brought with them to eat. Mo Xiaoyao took out the two flowers that he had brought out from the valley. His brows furrowed. Yili glanced at him indifferently, half leaning on him as she said, "We were too prejudiced before. If one of these two flowers is the hidden Luo Ming flower, then it must be that one. Although the red spider lily has antidote properties, it also has a poison that can kill a person. Adding on the name of the yellow springs flower, we thought that it was the hidden Luo Ming flower. But in terms of medicinal properties, this is more like the yellow springs flower that can drag a person into the netherworld." Mo Xiaoyao nodded and put down the plan in his hand, nodding as he said, "Does he know what Lei Tingfeng came here for?" Yili frowned and thought for a moment. She raised her head and said, "He also wants the medicine made from that flower?" Mo Xiaoyao nodded and said, "That's right. I don't know where he got the information from, but he really does want to buy this medicine from the southern border people. And he wants to buy it in bulk. However, the people of the southern wilderness don't seem to understand this medicine very well. It's very difficult to manufacture it. That elder only agreed to sell him a small portion." Yili's expression turned even uglier. If he wanted to use it to control or harm someone like Mo Jingli, he wouldn't have needed to buy so many of those things. How much does Lei Tingfeng want? Mo Xiaoyao seemed to have thought of this as well. He said in a low voice, he said that he wants as much as he can get. Not just now, but every year in the future. Yili thought for a while, then looked at Mo Xiaoyao and said solemnly, "We can't let that valley exist anymore. If that thing really spreads, the consequences will be unthinkable." Lei Tingfeng had bought so many of those things, it was obvious what he wanted to use them for. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and said, "Those Luo Ming flowers still need a few more days to mature. We didn't make any preparations today, and we don't have enough time. When we get back, we'll have Qi Lin's people come over and burn this valley." Yili nodded and said, "Have people keep an eye on the southern border. It might not be the only place that has that kind of thing." Mo Xiaoyao nodded and agreed. After resting for a while, Mo Xiaoyao pulled Yili up and said with a smile, "We should go back. Let's find something interesting to play with on the way back." Yili raised her eyebrows. She didn't understand what he meant by something interesting. Mo Xiaoyao smiled darkly and said, "Robbery." On the official road to the southern Zhao kingdom, several horses galloped past. Lei Tingfeng was at the front. His handsome face had a smug smile. Just as he was thinking about something, he heard the sound of an arrow whistling through the air. Lei Tingfeng was startled. He slapped the back of his horse and soared into the air, dodging the arrow. The guards following behind him were also startled. "There's an assassin. Protect the air." The assassin didn't show himself. With two whooshing sounds, two more arrows shot out at the same time. Two guards immediately fell to the ground. The other party's archery was very good. If they couldn't see the enemy, they could only be shot to death like targets. The guards gritted their teeth. Two of them protected Lei Tingfeng while the others flew in the direction of the arrows. They rushed into the forest on the side and found that it was empty. There wasn't a single person in sight. Not far away, Yili leaned against a large tree. The corners of her lips lifted slightly as she looked at the guards searching for her. These people didn't think that she would stay here and wait for them, right? The guards searched the forest for a while, but didn't find anything. Just as they were about to leave the forest, a white figure suddenly flashed in front of them. One of the guards shouted in shock. Everyone felt a chill on their necks and fell to the ground in a daze. Lei Tingfeng waited on the road outside the forest for a while, but still didn't see any movement in the forest. He knew that the guards of winter were most likely dead. For this trip, in order to not attract attention, he only brought a few guards with him. He didn't think that he would encounter such a troublesome assassin. Although his heart was anxious, Lei Tingfeng didn't show any panic on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "I don't know which senior is inside. If this one has offended you, I will definitely prepare a gift to apologize. I hope that senior will be lenient." What answered him was 2 arrows. The last 2 guards by his side fell to the ground. Lei Tingfeng's heart sank. He didn't care about anything else as he turned around and ran away. However, he didn't know that Immerse Xiaoyao was waiting for this moment. Just as he turned around and ran a few steps, a majestic force came from behind him. Lei Tingfeng felt a pain in his chest and immediately lost consciousness. Immerse Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back. He coldly looked at Lei Tingfeng, who had fainted on the ground. Yili walked out from the forest. She put away the bow in her hands and looked at Lei Tingfeng with a smile. Speaking of which, this is the 2nd time that Genom of Gojoseon has fallen into our hands, right? Immerse Xiaoyao lightly snorted, not caring at all. Seeing that Yili was about to search Lei Tingfeng's body, he pulled her back and bent down to search Lei Tingfeng's body. A moment later, Immerse Xiaoyao had 2 white porcelain bottles in his hands. They looked similar to the ones that Immerse Jingli had. Yili took the porcelain bottle that Immerse Xiaoyao handed over and opened it. She poured out a few pills and placed them under her nose to smell them. Although the appearance of the pills was a bit strange, the ingredients of the pills couldn't fool Yili. It was indeed made from the hidden Luo underworld flowers that filled the valleys of the southern border Holy Land. There were at least 20 pills in this small bottle. What surprised Yili was that the purity of these pills was quite impressive. She was afraid that the first time she used it, she wouldn't be able to bear it. She turned to ask Immerse Xiaoyao. Immerse Xiaoyao lightly said, "That elder said that at the beginning, we can only use water to dissolve a quarter of it." Yili said in a low voice, "So it was like that. What about him?" Immerse Xiaoyao used his chin to point at the unconscious Lei Tingfeng and asked. Yili thought for a while and smiled. "We've already used Lei Tingfeng in exchange for benefits. If we use this trick again, Genom of Gojoseon will become angry. Let him lie here. There are people coming and going on this road. It's not convenient for us to bring another person with us." This suggestion was exactly what Immerse Xiaoyao wanted. He also didn't want to bring a hindrance with him and Li. The 2 of them didn't hesitate to take all of Lei Tingfeng's valuables. They left behind only a set of clothes and rode off on their horses. The 2 of them took a detour along the way and delayed their journey for a few days. It was only 2 days before Princess Anshi's wedding that they returned to Nanzhao Kingdom. By this time, the envoys from various countries had arrived. Chapter 519. When the 2 entered the courtyard of the post house, they encountered Lei Tingfeng. Perhaps because of what had happened a few days ago, Lei Tingfeng's expression was not very good. Seeing Yili and Immerse Xiaoyao come in hand, he first stilled before going forward to greet them. "Prince Ding, Princess Ding, you are." Yili did not avoid the greeting and said with a generous smile, "So it is Shitzi. We came a few days earlier than Shitzi and went out with the prince to walk around and experience the customs of Nanzhao. This trip was not in vain. But Shitzi, I see that Shitzi's expression is not very good. Did you just get to Nanzhao and had a bumpy journey?" Yili's words were very sincere. Even Lei Tingfeng could not tell if Yili's words were sincere or if she was rejoicing in his misfortune. After all, although the matter of him encountering bandits on the road was known by everyone in Nanzhao Imperial City, Princess Ding had also said that she and Prince Ding had just returned from outside. Looking at Immerse Xiaoyao standing behind Yili, Lei Tingfeng's mind suddenly moved. He smiled faintly and said, "Many thanks for Wang Fei's concern. Where did Prince Ding and Wang Fei go to play?" "After Princess Anshi's wedding, this one will have some free time to go out." Yili said with a smile. The prince said that Nanzhao has a snake valley. Inside, there are thousands of poisonous snakes and fiery red and beautiful flowers. I was curious and followed the prince to see what was going on. I have embarrassed myself in front of Shitsi. Lei Tingfeng frowned slightly. The Snake Valley and the road where he had been attacked were in the east and the west. They were not on the same road. In reality, Lei Tingfeng did not suspect Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao too much. After all, the news of him going to the southern border Holy Land was very secretive. It could even be said that it was an impromptu decision. It was impossible for Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li to have known beforehand that they were waiting for him on the road. It was just that the force that had struck him at the end was too strong. There weren't many people in the world who could do that. Now that he saw Mo Xiaoyao, he couldn't help but want to test him. Lei Tongfeng smiled and said, "If that's the case, then it's indeed a rare and beautiful place. Later on, I must go and enjoy it. Prince and Princess Consort have just returned and must be tired. This one will not disturb you any longer. Please excuse me." Yili nodded and smiled. "Take care, Shitsi." When they returned to the courtyard that Princess Anshi had arranged for them, Su Qingshan was already waiting for them. Young Master Qingshan was dressed in white. He was sitting at the stone table under the tree, leisurely brewing tea. He glanced at the two of them casually, which made Yili feel guilty for no reason. Yili felt guilty, but Mo Xiaoyao did not know what guilt was. He pulled Yi Li to the table and sat down without hesitation. Su Qingshan poured a cup of tea for each of them and said with a faint smile, "Prince and Princess Consort, did you enjoy your trip?" "It was all right. The time was too short," Mo Xiaoyao said coolly. The corner of Su Qingshan's mouth twitched imperceptibly. He glanced coolly at Yili. Yili pulled Mo Xiaoyao guiltily. They had suddenly left. All the social matters in the palace had been left to eldest brother. It was normal for eldest brother to be angry. Mo Xiaoyao snorted softly. He looked at Su Qingshan and casually told him what he had seen in the southern border Holy Land. After Su Qingshan heard this, an expression that did not belong to young Master Qing finally appeared on his handsome face. Su Qingshan's expression was unusually dark. He gritted his teeth and said, "Prince is telling me that after you found such an important matter, you did not come back to deal with it, but took Princess Consort in a circle and then continued on your trip?" Mo Xiaoyao looked innocently at him. "What is wrong?" He looked at Yi Li with a wronged expression. "See, your brother is unreasonable." Yi Li rolled her eyes at the sky. Su Qingshan's anger had not subsided. "Do you have a brain? No one knows how many experts there are in the southern border Holy Land, and how dangerous it is. You dare to take Li and charge in? If you want to die, don't drag Li with you." Mo Xiaoyao said, "There's no one inside. Li and I went in and pretended to be there. No one discovered us when we came out." Su Qingshan smiled coldly. "That's because your luck is good. The day you left, Shu Manlin secretly sent hundreds of first-class experts into Imperial City." Mo Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. "And I's luck has always been very good." Seeing Su Qingshan's expression change again, Yili hurriedly poured a cup of tea for him. "Eldest brother, calm down. Prince." She glanced warningly at Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao twisted his mouth in dissatisfaction. Li was the most biased. Looking at the two men who didn't like each other, Yili sighed helplessly. She didn't count on Mo Xiaoyao anymore. She told them everything that had happened. Hearing Yili mention the hidden luo flower, Su Qingshan couldn't be bothered to be angry with Mo Xiaoyao anymore. His handsome brows furrowed as he said in a low voice, "Mo Jingli wants to give that to the emperor?" Yili nodded and said, "I think so. In these years, Mo Jingqi and his brother seem to be in harmony, but in reality, they've been fighting both openly and secretly. Mo Jingli sits on the richest half of the Chu State's southern territory. How could he be willing to be under one person? He probably can't wait." Su Qingshan laughed coldly. "Idiot. The southern border people clearly don't have good intentions. Does Mo Jingli think that by using this method to kill Mo Jingqi, Shu Manlin won't have something that can be used against him?" The Dechu state was different from the southern border. It paid the most attention to propriety, righteousness, honor, loyalty, filial piety, and righteousness. Once the news of Mo Jingli murdering his elder brother the emperor spread, He might as well start a rebellion if he wanted to sit on the throne. When the Nanjiao people have something that can be used against him, Jingli would just be a puppet. Shu Manlin has a good plan. Does Big Brother have news of Tanjiji? Yili said with a faint smile. Su Qingshan nodded and said, I have some understanding of Shu Manlin. She doesn't have the brains. It must be Tanjiji who gave her the idea behind the scenes. Getting rid of Princess Anqi and obtaining Nanjiao, then controlling Jingli from behind the scenes to control the Dechu state. It really is a good idea. It's just that his thinking is a bit too smooth. Yili looked at Xiaoyao and asked, Xiaoyao, what do you think? Xiaoyao leaned against the tree behind him and said with a lazy smile, What can I think? What does the brothers fighting for the throne have to do with us outsiders? In this way, he didn't care. Su Qingshan sighed softly. Xiaoyao and the Dechu state's imperial family had a deep hatred. Many people were secretly surprised that Xiaoyao didn't send out troops from the start. He naturally couldn't save Jingqi. Jingqi had been guarding the Prince Ding mansion against Xiaowen and Xiaoyao ever since the registration. He probably didn't expect that the person who wanted his life the most was his biological younger brother. Thinking about it, Su Qingshan nodded and said, Fine, it's right for us to ignore this matter. The Northwest had already broken off relations with the Dechu state. Then it was best for them to not participate in the Dechu state's affairs. Although they were at peace now, everyone knew that there would be a day when the Dechu state and the Northwest would fight. If the Northwest interfered in the Dechu state's internal affairs during this time, it would be bad for the reputation of Prince Ding and the Mahist army. Shu Manlin probably has big plans this time. Thinking of the hundreds of experts that Shu Manlin had transferred from the sacred land of Nanjiang, Su Qingshan frowned and said, Those who could live in the sacred land of Nanjiang were definitely top experts. More importantly, the people of Nanjiao were good at using poisonous goo. This made them even more dangerous. Because of this, the people of the Central Plains didn't like to interact with the people of Nanjiang. They didn't bring many guards this time. If something really happened, it would be very troublesome. Xiaoyao smiled and said, I'm afraid Princess Anqi isn't easy to deal with. With young Master Qingshan's secret guidance, she'll be even more powerful. Princess Anqi was able to fight against Shu Manlin for so many years under the protection of the king of Nanjiao and still remain undefeated. Naturally, she wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. Su Qingshan smiled faintly and nodded. Princess Anqi told me that Pu and her grandfather's tribe sent many experts. And over the years, she has many loyal death warriors under her. But this wedding, a good wedding would inevitably be stained with blood. Xiaoyao said, The people of Nanjiao don't believe in this. I'm sure they won't mind. Su Qingshan was helpless. Was this a matter of whether they minded or not? No one would be happy to see a bloodbath at their wedding. Yili put her elbow on the table and said thoughtfully, Could it be that Princess Anqi held this wedding to deal with Shu Manlin? Su Qingshan was startled. What do you mean? Yili shook her head and said, I don't know. I just think that Princess Anqi's wedding came too suddenly. And she even secretly invited experts to help. If Princess Anqi was not a clairvoyant, then she must have deliberately set a trap for Shu Manlin to turn inside. But this doesn't make sense. After all, the king of Nanjiao is still here. Even if Princess Anqi wins, she can't kill Shu Manlin. Xiaoyao smiled and said, I'm afraid that Princess Anqi was forced by Shu Manlin and the king of Nanjiao and had to take the risk. Have you noticed that the king of Nanjiao's attitude towards Pu can be said to be completely ignored? That is to say, the king of Nanjiao doesn't really agree with this wedding. In his heart, I'm afraid that the king of Nanjiao wants to depose Princess Anqi. The king of Nanjiao has no other children. To depose Princess Anqi, Xiaoyao smiled and said, Of course it's Shu Manlin. The Saintess of Nanjiang has a unique status in Nanjiao. In history, there have been cases where the Saintess of Nanjiang temporarily took over the throne, although it was only for a very short period of time. And in recent years, Shu Manlin has been respected as the savior of Nanjiao. The restrictions she has been subjected to are far less than the previous saintesses. It can be said that there are almost no restrictions. In recent years, her influence in the court has gradually been able to compete with Princess Anshi's. In this case, it's not impossible to persuade the king of Nanzhao to appoint another crown princess. Yili sighed helplessly. Just listening to the struggles for power in the royal family made her feel tired. It was hard for a girl like Princess Anshi to be able to persevere in such a situation. What does the prince mean? Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, "The crown princess can't be deposed, and the saintess of Nanjiang can't die." Su Qingshan was silent. Mo Xiaoyao wanted to keep them to continue fighting, in case the Nanzhao started other things when they were free. After all, the Nanzhao people were eyeing the Central Plains covetously. Even if the Dechu state had nothing to do with the Mahist army now, they couldn't let the Nanzhao covet it. Chapter 520. Reporting to Princess Changle, noble consort Lu of the Dechu state, requests an audience. An imperial bodyguard came in to report. Whenever Yili thought of noble consort Lu, she felt uncomfortable. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Mo Xiaoyao's feelings for her. Rather, it was that a fly was always flying in front of you, yet you couldn't slap her to death. It always made one feel uncomfortable. For the first time, Yili discovered that Su Zuidi and Yi Ying, whom she originally hated the most, were nothing in front of this woman. Su Zuidi was only narcissistic and vain. Yi Ying was only opinionated and had a bit of selfishness that everyone had. Compared to noble consort Lu's pestering, these were nothing. Mo Xiaoyao had treated her so rudely, yet she still came to visit. Yili didn't know where she got her mental fortitude from. Although it was said that only stupid women dealt with other women, smart women dealt with men. Against someone like noble consort Lu, no matter how well-behaved a man was, it was useless. Seeing Yili's unsightly expression, Mo Xiaoyao became happy. Yili glanced at him and said indifferently, "Prince is so happy. In that case, Prince should go see noble consort Lu himself." Su Qingshan nodded and said, "Li'er is right. I saw that noble consort Lu received news of your return and made a special trip over. She most likely didn't come to see Li'er. Don't waste your energy. Li'er must be tired these past few days. Go back to your room and rest." Hearing this, Mo Xiaoyao glared at Su Qingshan with resentment. His hands rested on Yi Li's body, unwilling to let go. "Don't. Li'er, don't go." Su Qingshan speechlessly looked at the increasingly childish man and helpless little sister in front of her. She stood up and left. Even though she knew that Mo Xiaoyao was acting, Li'er couldn't bear to part with him. What would he do? He didn't feel like sitting there and being an eyesore. As the saying goes, even an honest and upright official would find it difficult to resolve a family dispute. Those two people, one was willing to hit while the other was willing to be hit. It really had nothing to do with him. Young Master Qingshan sighed, helplessly as he turned around to look at the two people who were sitting together. Young Master Qingshan, who had not been troubled by love for half of his life, could not understand this kind of mutual affection. What is love? How would this young master know? Mo Xiaoyao accompanied Yi Li for a long time to coax his wife. He silently remembered that in the future, even if he felt proud because Ali cared about him, he must not show it in front of Ali. Otherwise, Ali would be shy. The guards in the yard were used to seeing their prince fawning over the princess consort without caring about his image. Young Master Feng San was right. It was normal to be henpecked. By the time noble consort Lu and Princess Changle were invited inside, their complexions were quite unsightly. Prince Ding's ability to coax people was not good enough. As a result, noble consort Lu had to wait for nearly an hour before she was allowed to enter. When Princess Changle saw Yi Li smile, she winked at her. Yi Li smiled faintly and nodded her head. Extending her hand, she beckoned Princess Changle over to sit. Princess Changle bluntly walked over to Yi Li's side and sat down. Laughing softly, she asked, "Princess Ding, did you and royal uncle go out to play? Yesterday, I wanted to find you to play, but young Master Feng San said that you were not here." Yi Li nodded her head and replied with a smile, I have indeed not been here these past few days. Did Princess just arrive yesterday? Princess Changle nodded her head and said, You all walked so quickly. Our carriage couldn't keep up with you. Noble consort Lu walked over. Looking at Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao, she asked, Has the prince been well these past few days? Mo Xiaoyao leaned against Yi Li, paying no attention to her words. Noble consort Lu could not help but change her expression. Clenching her teeth, she continued, Princess consort, I have something to discuss with the prince. Would it be possible for me to leave for a moment? Yi Li raised her eyes and glanced at noble consort Lu before lowering her head to look at Mo Xiaoyao, who was leaning against her. Mo Xiaoyao raised his head and gazed pitifully at her. His pair of dark eyes appeared particularly bright under his snow-white hair. Wife, your husband has not spoken with her. Don't leave me behind. Seated to the side, Princess Changle could not help but burst out in laughter. She nearly choked on the tea she had just swallowed and could only cough incessantly. Princess consort, Uncle Prince Ding. Princess Changle truly did not know what to say. In her mind, Uncle Prince Ding had always been wise, mighty, and unapproachable. However, was this person who was gazing pitifully at Princess Ding really the awe-inspiring Uncle Prince Ding? Yi Li helplessly rolled her eyes at Mo Xiaoyao. To Princess Changle, she said, He's gone crazy. Don't pay attention to him. Mo Xiaoyao was displeased. His handsome face rubbed against Yi Li's body. Wife, this woman harbors ill intentions toward your husband. You have to protect me. Good boy. Yi Li reached out and patted him, speaking perfunctorily. Raising her head to look at noble consort Lu, Yi Li sternly stated, Noble consort, you've frightened our prince. Noble consort Lu's beautiful face instantly distorted. Forcing a smile, she replied, Missy must be joking. The prince is unparalleled in wisdom and courage. How could he be frightened by me? Yi Li indifferently replied, That's not necessarily true. Clingy women are the most frightening. Our prince has always been most afraid of those shameless women. Take a look and see if he's frightened. Mo Xiaoyao repeatedly nodded his head. Although his face could not be seen, his unhesitatingly nodding his head caused noble consort Lu to lose all face. Yi Li, noble consort Lu finally could not bear it any longer. She did her best to maintain her good manners as she sternly shouted. However, before she could say anything, a cold and gloomy gaze interrupted her words. Mo Xiaoyao leaned his head against Yi Li's shoulder and turned his face. His silver hair covered most of his face, but his eyes, carrying a sinister and ruthless aura that seemed to have come from the depths of hell, stared straight at noble consort Lu. Noble consort Lu had always hoped that this man would look her in the eye. At that time, when Mo Xiaoyao's gaze truly landed on her body, she felt as if her entire body had been frozen. Even though the fear in her heart had nearly taken over her entire being, she was so stiff that she did not even dare to move. That pair of deep, handsome eyes carried an unprecedented killing intent. Noble consort Lu even suspected that her eyes were playing tricks on her, that she had seen a flash of blood in Mo Xiaoyao's eyes. Since the prince has matters to attend to, I will take my leave first. Finished speaking, noble consort Lu walked out of the courtyard without the slightest hesitation, as if an evil spirit were chasing after her. She even forgot to call Princess Changle to return with her. Yi Li and Princess Changle looked at each other in dismay. They did not understand why noble consort Lu, who had previously refused to leave, would suddenly run away as if she had seen a ghost. Prince, what did you do? Yi Li asked, raising her eyebrows. Mo Xiaoyao innocently blinked his eyes. How could I do anything to her? Princess Li, have a good chat with Changle. I'll go find Feng Zhiyao and have a drink together. Yi Li knew that he was looking for Feng Zhiyao. Nodding her head, she watched as he rose and left. Only after Mo Xiaoyao had left did Princess Changle put down the teacup she had been holding. Leaning over the table, she began to giggle. Looking at her helplessly, Yi Li asked, Is it really that funny? Princess Changle's eyes curved into crescents as she laughed. Raising her head to look at Yi Li, she stated. Of course it's funny. If it weren't for the fact that the princess consort is also here, I truly wouldn't dare to believe that this is Uncle Ding. Chapter 521. Yili reached out and patted her. Smiling faintly, she replied, "What do you think Prince Ding is like? Always domineering and unhindered? Everyone has to live their lives. In private, they are naturally more casual. As for you, I have never had the opportunity to properly chat with you. No princes have come to attend Princess Anshi's wedding. What is a princess like you doing here?" The smile on Princess Changle's face gradually faded. Smiling faintly, she replied, "Naturally, it is Imperial Father who has ordered me to represent the Imperial household in attending the wedding of the Princess of Nanjiao." Yili lightly snorted. In a cold voice, she asked, "Are all the princes of the Dechu state dead? You want a princess like you to come alone? There's also that noble consort Lu. Since she is an imperial concubine of the imperial harem, according to the rules of the Dechu state, she should not be here even more than you." Princess Changle replied, "I heard that noble consort Lu personally begged Imperial Father to come. These past few years, Imperial Father has increasingly trusted the Lu family and doted on noble consort Lu. Presumably, agreeing to her request is not strange. However, only now do I know that noble consort Lu begged Imperial Father to come because she wanted to meet with Uncle Prince Ding." Yili reached out and took Princess Changle's slender, jade-like hand. With a stern expression, she asked, "Changle, don't change the topic. Tell me, why did your Imperial Father have you come to the southern border? Does he want you to marry into the Dechu state?" Princess Changle stared blankly for a moment. Gritting her teeth, she smiled and said, "As expected, it is impossible to hide from Princess Ding and Uncle Prince Ding. Imperial Father does not want me to marry into the Dechu state. He wants to gift me to the King of Nanjiao." Hearing this, Yi Li's face sank. "Has Mo Jingqi gone mad? You are the eldest princess of the first wife of the Dechu state. It is one thing to marry into the Dechu state, but what does he mean by gifting you to the King of Nanjiao?" Princess Changle grasped Yi Li's hand. Smiling faintly, she replied, "I know that Princess is concerned about me. However, whether it is a gift or a marriage, there is not much difference. Isn't this the purpose of the daughters of the imperial household?" Seeing the faint smile and sadness on the young girl's face, Yili felt a slight pain in her heart. She asked in a low voice, "What did your mother say?" Frowning, Princess Changle replied, "Imperial Mother naturally did not agree. Imperial Mother said that even if a political marriage was to be carried out, it must be carried out according to the rules. However, Imperial Father insisted on not agreeing. Before I left, Imperial Mother quarreled with Imperial Father and was locked up in the palace by Imperial Father. Before I left, Imperial Father didn't allow me to see Imperial Mother. I don't know." At this point, the girl who has tried her best to hide her emotions with a smile finally couldn't hold back her tears. Thinking back to the last time she had seen her Imperial Mother, the apologetic expression on her mother's face, Princess Changle could not stop her eyes from brimming with tears. Yili understood. Mo Jingqi's actions were not just for the marriage alliance with Nanjiao, but to use this to humiliate the Empress and the Hua family. However, no matter how dissatisfied Mo Jingqi was with the Empress and the Hua family, could it be that he had forgotten that Changle was his own flesh and blood? Looking at the dainty young girl before her, Yili sighed softly. She asked, "Do you truly intend to follow your Imperial Father's arrangements? Although I don't have a daughter, I still have children. If a child were to encounter such a situation, how heartbroken would a mother be? Let's not talk about your Imperial Father, but your Imperial Mother. If you were truly to be gifted to the King of Nanjiao, I fear that your Imperial Mother would feel guilty for the rest of her life." Princess Changle raised her hand to wipe away her tears. Choking with sobs, she replied, "In the past, I told Princess that if the Dechu state needed a political marriage in the future, as a princess, I would naturally not shirk my duty. Only now do I know the so-called responsibility of a princess was nothing more than my own self-righteousness. Imperial father simply did not need me, his daughter, to help him forge a political marriage and strengthen the friendship between the two countries. All he wanted was to see his maternal grandfather, the Empress Dowager, and his imperial mother unhappy. He wanted to embarrass the Hua family. That day, when imperial mother went to speak to imperial father about my marriage, I heard it from outside the door. Imperial father said that he would not allow me to marry openly, nor would he allow me to remain in the Chu capital. Given my status, if I were to marry into another country, at the very least, I would be the official consort of a prince. He said that in the future, if I were to side with outsiders, I would definitely help others deal with him. If I were to marry into the Chu capital, I would definitely rope in my husband's family to help the Hua family make things difficult for him. As a result, he wanted to send me to Nanzhao, making it so that I would never be the Empress of Nanzhao and could only be a lowly consort. Hearing Princess Changle's words, Yili could not help but want to give Mo Jingqi a vicious beating. Sighing, she asked, "Princess, should I have someone escort you out of here?" Shaking her head, Princess Changle replied, "Many thanks to Princess, but there is no need for this. Since Changle has promised Imperial Father to come to Nanzhao, I will not escape midway. I only ask that Princess, if there is an opportunity in the future, take care of my Imperial Mother and the Hua family." Yili wanted to continue persuading Princess Changle, but an Imperial bodyguard came to report that a palace made from the Dechu state had come looking for Princess Changle. Presumably, noble consort Lu had left in a panic and returned to her courtyard only to discover that Princess Changle was still here. Thus, she had sent someone to search for her. Standing up, Princess Changle smiled and said, "Princess, I will be leaving first. Right? You must be careful of noble consort Lu. That woman is extremely crazy." Yili nodded. In a low voice, she instructed, "Be careful. If there is anything you need help with, send someone to inform me." "Many thanks, Princess. Farewell." In a day or two, it would be Princess Anqi's wedding. The commoners of Nanzhao treated this crown princess with great respect. The entire Nanzhao royal city was bustling with noise and excitement. Many commoners of Nanzhao had specially made their way to the royal city to participate in this grand occasion. In a tea house that was obviously owned by people from the Dechu state, Yili sat by the window, leisurely sipping tea. Mo Xiaoyao leaned back in his chair, coldly looking at the two irksome men across from him. "Why have you two appeared here?" Han Mingxi gracefully took a sip of the fine wine in his cup. With a languid expression, he smiled wholeheartedly. "Prince, what are you saying? Princess Anqi's wedding is no small matter. This one is a merchant. Merchants pursue profit. Why can't this one be here?" Mo Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes dangerously. Coldly, he stated, "Since that is the case, you should go about your business. Why have you come looking for us?" Han Mingxi set down his cup. "Sincerely," he replied, "Prince, you have misunderstood. This subordinate has not come looking for you. The one this subordinate seeks an audience with is the princess. You came of your own accord." Han, sitting next to Han Mingxi, was really young Master Mingyu, Han Mingwei. Even though he no longer had the demeanor of young Master Mingyu, it was clear that Han Mingxi had taken good care of his older brother these past few years. Han Mingyue's brows seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life, but he was still in good spirits. Seeing Mo Xiaoyao's expression change, Han Mingyue couldn't help but smile. Worried that Mo Xiaoyao would take his anger out on his younger brother, he said, "It's been so many years. It's rare to see Prince's expression change." Even though Han Mingwei had been living in the city these past few years, and Su Zuidi was no longer alive, the friendship between them could not be broken. But the brotherhood from before couldn't go back, so Han Mingwei didn't pretend that nothing had happened and directly called Mo Xiaoyao's name. "Prince," this form of address indicated their current relationship and distance. Han Mingxi snorted softly and raised his eyebrows. Didn't Prince often change his expression? Was that why his older brother was unable to see through people? "All right, Mingxi, why did you make a trip to Nanzhao?" Seeing that Mo Xiaoyao was really about to explode, Yili hurriedly interrupted. Han Mingxi's expression changed, and he nodded. "That's right. After I sent Yaoji back to the Chu capital, I met with Long Haoyu. It was he who wanted me to pass a message to the prince and the princess. Seeing Han Mingxi like this, Mo Xiaoyao and Yili knew that it must be an extremely important matter. Otherwise, Long Haoyu would not have asked Han Mingxi to pass the message instead of directly sending someone to deliver it to Li City. Yili frowned slightly and said, "What happened to the Chu capital?" Han Mingxi shook his head and said, "Nothing happened to the Chu capital, but I'm afraid that something will happen to Mo Jingqi." Mo Xiaoyao snorted disdainfully. Was it strange that something would happen to Mo Jingqi? Even his own younger brother wanted to kill him. It could be seen how much he wanted to anger the heavens and people. It would be strange if nothing happened. Han Mingxi looked at the two's expressions and understood. He said with a smile, "It seems that it's not just one group that wants to deal with Mo Jingqi. Could it be that the prince also knows something? Let me think. Is it Mo Jingli?" Yili did not answer and asked with a smile, "The one you want to talk about is not Mo Jingli?" Han Mingxi said with a smile, "Of course not. It's the Liu family." The Liu family? Yili was surprised. Although they had guessed that the Liu family was very ambitious, why did they want to deal with Mo Jingqi? At present, the Liu family that Mo Jingqi trusted the most and favored noble consort Liu the most. What benefit could they get from dealing with Mo Jingqi? Mo Xiaoyao frowned slightly and quickly reacted. He asked, "The Liu family wants to help noble consort Liu's imperial son ascend the throne?" A trace of admiration flashed through Han Mingxi's eyes. He nodded and said, "Correct. Speaking of which, Mo Jingqi's luck is not bad." Originally, the Liu family had planned to act soon. After taking over Mo Jingqi, they suddenly sent Prime Minister Liu to Nanzhao. This caused the Liu family to panic for a while, and only then did our people see the clues. Otherwise, the news we received might have been that the Chu state had a new emperor and that Mo Jingqi had died. Yili couldn't help but rub her forehead. How did Mo Jingqi make himself so isolated? Mo Xiaoyao was unmoved. How is this important news? Does Long Haoyu have nothing better to do? What did it have to do with him whether Mo Jingqi died or not? The more miserable Mo Jingqi died, the happier he would be. Although it was a bit regretful that he didn't do it himself, he didn't mind if someone else was willing to do it for him. Han Mingxi rolled his eyes. If that's the case, naturally no one would care about this matter. However, Long Haoyu said that this matter wasn't just the work of the Liu family. It seems that the northern tribes and some tribes in the north are also involved. I'm afraid that the day Mo Jingqi dies is the day these people enter the Chu state. The northern tribes and the tribes in the north are all involved? Han Mingxi nodded. Otherwise, with the Liu family's ability, how could they have the courage to usurp the throne without the support of others? Yili frowned. In a low voice, she said, "Princess Chang'e is likely to be in danger." Mo Xiao nodded and said, "Someone wants to drive a wedge between Mo Jingqi and the Hua family. Naturally, it is best to start with Princess Chang'e." Chapter 522. Nanzhao's wedding was very different from that of the Central Plains. Princess Anxi and Pu A's wedding was held in the square in front of the palace. Not only the nobles and envoys of Nanjiang, but also the common people of Nanzhao gathered in the square to celebrate the princess's wedding. Although the Northwest was not big and was not even a real country, Nanzhao still arranged for Mo Xiaoyao and Yili to sit closest to the king of Nanzhao and the newlyweds. Even envoys of the Chu state and West Hill had to sit behind them. Although Prime Minister Liu was unhappy because of this, he was not a reckless man. Naturally, he would not confront Mo Xiaoyao because of this. Lei Tingfeng's face was still gloomy and his eyebrows were tightly knitted. Obviously, he was very worried about being robbed and losing the medicine he had just obtained. However, this time, Jinnam King of Gojoseon did not come with him because he wanted his son to be independent. Therefore, Lei Tingfeng could not find anyone to discuss with. Princess Anxi was wearing a snow-white dress embroidered with delicate blue patterns. She was sitting next to the groom. She usually looked valiant, but now she looked more beautiful. Shu Manlin was wearing a saintess's yellow robe and exquisite makeup. She was sitting next to the king of Nanzhao with a smile, but she seemed to be more dazzling than the bride. If it were not for noble consort Lu, who was even more beautiful and cold, most people's eyes would have fallen on her. Feng Zhiao was sitting behind Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao. He looked at the women present and teased, "Oh, princess, you seem to have been defeated." Yi Li pursed her lips and smiled faintly. She did not answer. She didn't want to steal the bride's attention. Mo Xiaoyao looked down at his wife beside him. She was wearing a light blue robe, and her hair was in a simple and neat bun with 2 blue jade hairpins. She looked elegant and graceful. Under the moonlight and the lights, her eyes looked even more beautiful and charming. In Ai's eyes, Miss Li is the most beautiful. Yi Li looked at him with a smile and said, "Master Prince Ding, no matter how well you say it, I won't forget that you still have a confidant who is eagerly waiting for you." Mo Xiaoyao, of course, also sensed a certain someone's gaze. He snorted disdainfully and said, "If Lily doesn't like it, I'll just get someone to dig out that pair of eyes. What do I need eyeballs for? Do you want to eat?" Yi Li rolled her eyes. Mo Xiaoyao seriously considered for a moment, then said, "It doesn't taste good. Feed it to Mo Xiaobao." Yi Li was completely speechless. It didn't taste good, so she fed it to Mo Xiaobao. Was that what he meant? Was Mo Xiaobao really someone he had picked up from the outside? She glared fiercely at Mo Xiaoyao. "If you don't want to feed Mo Xiaobao, how about feeding Debeo?" Mo Xiaoyao blinked and understood who the Debeo in Yi Li's mouth was. Frowning, he said, "I don't want to eat it." Behind them, Feng Zhiao was sweating profusely. How cheap was his mouth to be so talkative? Also, how capable were the 2 people in front of them to be able to deviate from the topic to such an extent? Please don't discuss such a cruel topic at someone else's wedding, okay? If Princess Anqi's marriage is unlucky in the future, it will definitely be because of you two. Princess Consort. Princess Changle doesn't seem to have appeared. Finally, Feng Zhiao could not stand the increasingly cruel conversation and spoke up to remind her. Yi Li looked towards the table of the emissaries from the Dechu state. Sure enough, she did not see Princess Anqi. Instead, she saw noble consort Lu, who had been staring fixedly at Mo Xiaoyao, reveal a strange smile. Yi Li frowned in thought. Turning her head, she gave Feng Zhiao a few instructions in a low voice. Feng Zhiao's expression changed slightly. Finally, while no one was paying attention, he stealthily withdrew from the plaza. Feng Zhiao's stealthy withdrawal did not affect anyone. Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li continued to chat and laugh in low voices. Although the 2 of them had no intention of competing with the newlyweds for attention, the gazes on them did not lessen at all. Mo Xiaoyao inadvertently looked towards the opposite side, just in time to see Mo Jingli staring at him in a daze, as well as Lei Tingfeng's pensive expression. A cold light flashed through his eyes. He snorted softly and smiled mockingly at Mo Jingli. Mo Jingli naturally saw the cold smile on Mo Xiaoyao's face. However, he did not feel the embarrassment of being caught peeping at someone else's wife. Instead, he proudly glared at Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao raised the wine cup in his hand and silently said, "I wish you all the best." Although Mo Jingli had always disliked Mo Xiaoyao, he still paid close attention to his every move. Naturally, he understood Mo Xiaoyao's meaning. At first, he did not take it to heart. However, when he saw the faint smile on Mo Xiaoyao's face, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He felt as if something had been seen through by Mo Xiaoyao. This feeling of his most secret being seen through by an enemy made Mo Jingli feel very uncomfortable. Naturally, he was not in the mood to look at Yi Li. After the king of Nanzhao personally held the wedding for Princess Anqi and Puaju, he returned to the palace early. Then the entire square became a sea of joy. Everyone, including Princess Anqi and her new husband, sang and danced happily. Amidst this joy, Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao sat in the most inconspicuous corner and watched everything in front of them. The weddings in Nanjiang are not as formal as those in the Central Plains, but they are more lively, Yili said in a low voice with a laugh. Mo Xiaoyao looked with interest at the people dancing and singing below. He asked, Miss Li, should we go down and have fun with them? Yili glanced coolly at him and said, If you like, go yourself. I don't know how to dance. Mo Xiaoyao was slightly regretful, but quickly thought better of it. Then never mind. I don't want to see Miss Li dance in front of others. Princess Consort. Zhuo Jing appeared behind the two and whispered a few words into Yi Li's ear. Yi Li frowned. Raising her head, she said to Mo Xiaoyao, Something has happened with Changle. Let's go first. Although Mo Xiaoyao was not very familiar with Princess Changle, she was still the daughter of Empress Hua. Moreover, Mo Xiaoyao had a favorable impression of the little girl. She was completely different from her father. Nodding his head, Zhuo Jing pulled Yi Li and prepared to leave. However, he was stopped by a voice behind him. Prince, are you going back so early? At some point, noble consort Lu had walked over. Even though the night was lit and the crowd was surging, noble consort Lu was still dressed in white. She was like the cold snow of a high mountain, stunning others yet not daring to approach her. Mo Xiaoyao frowned. Indifferently, he asked, What does it have to do with you? Noble consort Lu smiled faintly and replied, Right now, the envoys from various countries are still present. For Prince Ding to leave early, isn't that disrespectful to the host? The three people present were the center of attention. With just a few words, Mo Jingli, Lei Tengfeng, and the others' gazes all swept over. Yi Li frowned. Glancing at Mo Xiaoyao, she said, Noble consort Lu is right. Since this is the case, Prince, there is no need for you to accompany me back. I will go back by myself. Not only was there a problem with Princess Changle, but Princess Anqi also needed someone to watch over her. Chapter 523. Mo Xiaoyao hesitated for a moment, already understanding Yi Li's intentions. However, he still pretended to be worried. Can you go back by yourself? Yi Li smiled faintly and nodded. Suspicious, noble consort Lu sized up Yi Li and asked, What's wrong, Miss Yi? Yi Li indifferently replied, There are too many people tonight. This consort is feeling a bit uncomfortable, that's all. Thank you for your concern, noble consort Lu. Is that so? Noble consort Lu declined to comment. However, it was clear that she was extremely happy that Yi Li had left alone. For once, she warmed her expression towards Yi Li. Then, Missy should return early to rest. Yi Li was disinclined to pay attention to this woman who had a mental problem. Nodding to Mo Xiaoyao, she left the plaza with Zhuo Jing. Upon returning to the post house, just as she entered the courtyard, Feng Jiao hurriedly came out to welcome her. His expression was somewhat unsightly. Princess Consort, what happened to Princess Changle? Yi Li asked. With a gloomy expression, Feng Jiao replied, Princess Changle has been sent to the palace. Yi Li frowned. When did this happen? Feng Jiao replied, When we went to participate in the wedding banquet, I was a step too late. Princess Changle had already been sent to the palace. With the spies that the Prince Ding mansion had placed in the Nanjiao Palace, it was not impossible for them to bring Princess Changle out. However, the price of doing so would inevitably be exposing the spies of the Prince Ding mansion. Furthermore, bringing Princess Changle out would result in a series of troubles. This was not something that Feng Jiao could decide. Yi Li pondered for a moment before replying. The Prince of Nanjiao has just returned to the palace. According to Nanjiao's customs, if we enter the palace now, we might still be able to make it. A light flashed in Feng Jiao's eyes. Many thanks, Princess Consort. There are not many people who came to Nanjiao this time, but Yi Li only needed Feng Jiao, Qin Feng, Zhuo Jing, Lin Han, and the two Qi Lin to enter the Nanjiao Palace. The group bypassed the noisy square in front of the palace and snuck into the palace without alerting the palace guards. Previously, Feng Jiao had already investigated clearly. Princess Changle had been directly sent to the bedchamber of the Prince of Nanjiao. Therefore, as soon as they entered the palace, they went straight to the Nanjiao king's bedroom. However, just as they arrived outside the bedroom, They heard a commotion coming from inside. "There's an assassin." Feng Jiao was shocked. "Have we been discovered?" Qin Feng shook his head and reached out to press down on Feng Jiao, who was about to draw his sword. The defenses of a Nanjiao palace are not that strong. With the exception of Feng Jiao, they were all top-notch concealment experts. As long as they were careful at all times, it was impossible for the Nanjiao Palace's imperial bodyguards to discover them. Sure enough, the imperial bodyguards who had heard the news did not even glance in their direction. One after another, they rushed into the bedroom. Immediately, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard from the bedroom. Yili raised her hand and gestured to the group behind her. The Tuqi Lin, Zhuijing, and Lin Han split into two groups and ran towards the palace from the left and right. Very quickly, four shadows appeared on the roof of the bedroom. One of them gestured towards them. Before Feng Jiao could react, he was grabbed by Qin Feng, who was beside him, and flew towards the roof of the opposite palace. By the time Feng Jiao steadied himself with great difficulty, the four shadows had already disappeared without a trace. Helpless, Feng Jiao said, "Brother Qin, my Qinggong is not bad. In addition, what did those gestures mean?" Although Feng Jiao had some contact with the Qilin, he still didn't quite understand the way these people acted. Qin Feng indifferently replied, "Sign language." The princess consort wanted them to split into two groups to check the situation in front. They said that this side was safe. Feng Jiao snorted disdainfully. Why go through so much trouble? Experts all directly charge in. If they rushed in like this to rescue someone, it would be too late. Qin Feng indifferently glanced at him. That's why experts die quickly. The princess consort said that although sacrifice is often unavoidable, the lives of ordinary soldiers are still lives. Even if it is unavoidable, it should be minimized. Feng Jiao was startled, speechlessly rubbing his nose. Very quickly, another shadow appeared from under the eaves, making an extremely short gesture. Qin Feng stood up and said, "Let's go quickly. There aren't assassins inside. They should be people who came to rescue Princess Changle." By the time the two of them arrived at the innermost bedroom of the Nanjiao Palace, a fight was taking place in front of it. As far as the eye could see, Feng Jiao could not see where the four people were hiding. At some unknown time, Yili had appeared beside the two. She asked, "Are those people from the Hua family down there?" Feng Jiao's expression changed. Staring fixedly at the people fighting below, he replied, "It should be. Other than the Hua family, I cannot think of anyone else who would come to rescue Princess Changle. However, why did they wait until now to rescue her? No matter what, it was much more convenient to rescue someone on the road than in the Nanjiao Palace. Naturally, there's a reason why they can only rescue someone in the Nanjiao Palace," Yili replied. "Let's go in and take a look at Princess Changle. Qin Feng, watch this place." Qin Feng nodded. "Princess Consort, please be at ease." It was naturally not easy to avoid the eyes and ears of so many imperial bodyguards and enter the bedroom. As a result, Yuli did not do so. Instead, she led Feng Jiao up the roof. After arriving at a certain location, she stopped. Pointing below, she said, "This is the bedroom of the king of Nanjiao." Yili quickly removed the glazed tiles from the roof, not making the slightest sound. Very quickly, everything within the bedroom fell into their eyes. Yili had chosen an excellent position. Looking down from above, she could see most of the bedroom. As for the people in the room, because they were blocked by the roof beams, unless they walked down to the hole, it would be very difficult for them to see that a hole had been opened in the roof. Feng Jiao watched as Yili descended from the hole in the roof, silently standing on the roof beam. However, the people in the room were completely unaware of this. With a gloomy expression, the king of Nanjiao stared at Princess Changle, who was sitting on a soft couch not far away. His eyes flashed with lust and ruthless anger. This was the eldest princess of the first wife of the Dechu state. Although she was still young, she was already a young beauty. In 2 more years, she would surpass his daughter, Princess Xixia, who had once been known as the #1 beauty of Nanjiao. Originally, it was not very likely that he would marry such a princess. In the history of the Dechu state, it was extremely rare for a princess to be given away for political purposes especially a princess of the first wife. Although he did not know why the emperor of the Dechu state would give him such a noble princess, he was still extremely satisfied with this gift. Princess Changle sat on the soft couch, nervously staring at the tightly shut door to the palace hall. Her hands, hidden within her sleeves, were tightly gripped. The king of Nanjiao stared at her without blinking, completely ignoring the assassins outside the palace hall. Staring at Princess Changle's dainty appearance, he revealed an impatient and covetous expression. Truly a young beauty. The princesses of the Dechu state are indeed different from the rest. You don't need to worry about the assassins outside. Not to mention a mere dozen people. Even if there were 10 times as many people, it would be impossible for them to leave the Nanjiao palace alive. Princess Changle's body trembled, looking at the door in alarm. Finally, a trace of anxiety appeared on her face. Seeing the change in her expression, the king of Nanjiao became even more pleased. My young beauty, it's best that you obediently submit to I. As long as you are obedient, I can leave the corpses of those people outside intact. Princess Changle clenched her teeth. Suddenly, she stood up and rushed towards the door. How could the king of Nanjiao allow her to rush out? Reaching out, he tightly grasped one of her arms. Young beauty, what are you in such a hurry for, Princess Changle struggled incessantly. However, how could a weak girl like her be a match for the king of Nanjiao? Her bound arm was unable to move at all, and her face revealed a pained expression. She decided to stop running. Raising her voice, she shouted, "No matter who is outside, I don't want you to save me. Quickly leave." The people fighting outside the palace hall clearly heard her voice. Immediately, one of them shouted, "Princess, this subordinate will definitely save you. All of you leave. I don't want you to save me." Tears streamed down Princess Changle's clear eyes as she sternly shouted. Seeing the king of Nanjiao's complacent, evil grin and his face close to hers, a trace of determination flashed across Princess Changle's dainty face. Suddenly, Princess Changle raised her still free right hand. A streak of cold light shot out from her sleeve. A dagger glittering with cold light appeared in Princess Changle's hand. Without the slightest hesitation, she stabbed towards the king of Nanjiao's hand. How could the king of Nanjiao allow her to stab him with a bayonet? Immediately, he released his hand, causing Princess Changle to stab empty air. Not expecting that this delicate and weak girl before him would actually be so daring, the king of Nanjiao flew into a rage out of humiliation. He slapped Princess Changle across the face, causing her to fall to the ground, a trace of blood seeping out from the corner of her lips. Princess Changle sat on the ground. Raising her head, she coldly gazed at the king of Nanjiao. There was not the slightest trace of fear on her face. Instead, there was the arrogance of a noble princess and contempt for the king of Nanjiao. "You are not worthy of humiliating this princess." Finished speaking, Princess Changle unhesitatingly raised the dagger and stabbed towards her own chest. Whoosh! A streak of green light shot down from the ceiling, striking the dagger in Princess Changle's hand. The enormous force of the collision sent the dagger flying. At the same time, a dark green hairpin was nailed to a nearby pillar by Princess Changle's side. The Nanjiao king looked in shock at this sudden situation and raised his head to look at the roof beam. He looked up and saw Yi Li, dressed in black, nonchalantly sitting on the ceiling beam, smiling and nodding at him. The king of Nanjiao recovered from his shock. Just as he was about to call for his imperial bodyguards, he saw a green shadow flash before him. Yi Li had already arrived in front of him. Without the slightest hesitation, she placed a dagger against his neck. Yi Li helplessly looked at Princess Changle and said, "Girl, you are truly ruthless in your actions. With that dagger, you don't even need to take half a breath to see the king of hell." Your Highness." Princess Changle stared at Yi Li in a daze. Clearly, she did not understand why Yi Li would appear here. In a heavy voice, the king of Nanjiao asked, "Princess Ding, what is the meaning of this?" Helplessly, Yi Li replied, "In a moment of desperation, I had no other choice. King of Nanjiao, please forgive me." Yi Li was truly helpless. Since she could not kill the king of Nanzhao, she originally had no intention of appearing before him. As a result, just as she was considering how to make the king of Nanzhao unconscious and take Princess Changle away, before she could act, this scene occurred below. For the sake of Princess Changle's life, Yili could only deflect the dagger in Princess Changle's hand. At the same time, she exposed herself in front of others. Chapter 524. Outside the palace hall, the fighting was still in full swing. However, inside the palace hall, the atmosphere was cold and silent. Yili's expression was calm as she looked at the king of Nanzhao, who was a head taller than her. Her elegant face revealed an apologetic expression, as if she truly felt guilty for holding him hostage. However, the dagger placed against the king of Nanzhao's neck showed no signs of moving away. The king of Nanzhao only felt the skin on his neck being pierced by the ice-cold dagger, causing his hair to stand on end. "Princess Ding, what are you trying to do?" Yili glanced at Princess Changle, who was sitting on the ground. Pursing her lips, she smiled and said, "Why does the king of Nanzhao ask when you already know the answer? Isn't it obvious? You're doing this for this little beauty?" The king of Nanzhao was somewhat unconvinced. The little girl before him was the princess of the Dechu state. She had nothing to do with the Northwest. Naturally, the king of Nanzhao did not believe that Princess Ding had spent so much effort to barge in for a completely unrelated princess. Although she is the princess of the Dechu state, she has no value to Emperor Chu. Emperor Chu has already gifted her to I. After thinking it over, the king of Nanzhao could only believe that Princess Ding wanted to capture Princess Changle to threaten the emperor of the Dechu state, who let the entire world know that the enmity between Prince Ding and Emperor Chu was as deep as the ocean. There is no need for the king of Nanzhao to worry about this. The king of Nanzhao only needs to tell this consort whether or not this consort can take Princess Changle away. Yili did not refute his words, indifferently replying. The king of Nanzhao sneered and said, "Of a beauty gifted by another. If the original consort wants it, there is nothing wrong with that. However, the princess of Nanzhao can come and go as she pleases. Do you think that there is no one in my Nanzhao?" I urged the princess of Nanzhao to immediately lay down her weapon. For the sake of Prince Ding, I will not make things difficult for the princess of Nanzhao. Otherwise, when the imperial bodyguards enter, it will not be so easy for the princess to escape. This king of Nanzhao is not as useless as he seems, Yili thought to herself. She smiled indifferently. I'm afraid the guards won't have a chance to come in. Unknowingly, the sounds of fighting outside the door had gradually stopped. Originally, there was still a trace of pride on Nanzhao King's face, but he soon noticed that something was wrong. If the Nanzhao guards won, they would report it outside the hall no matter what. But at this moment, it was completely quiet outside the palace. Not even the slightest sound could be heard inside the palace. Nanzhao King's expression changed, and he said, "My Nanzhao royal palace has 1,000 guards, and Nanzhao capital city has 8,000 elites garrisoned. Do you think you can escape? I'm afraid those 8,000 elites won't have the time to enter the palace to protect you." Yili looked at the king of Nanzhao with a smile and said, "Has the king of Nanzhao forgotten about the important activities tonight?" Hearing this, Nanzhao King's heart skipped a beat, and his expression became even uglier. How could he have forgotten that Shu Manlin was going to make a move on Anshi tonight? He had secretly given Shu Manlin the token to mobilize the guards of King City. If at this time it was already, Yili sighed softly and said, "There's been fighting in the palace for a long time, but other than the guards who were originally stationed in Nanzhao King's bedroom, no one came in to protect you. Nanzhao King, why don't you guess where they went?" Nanzhao King had nothing to say. "Kill me, or cut me up as you wish." Yili smiled and said, "How could this consort kill Nanzhao King? This consort just took away an unknown little girl from the Nanzhao royal palace. After tonight, presumably Princess Anshi will not care about this kind of thing with this consort. The friendship between Nanzhao and the Northwest will continue to flow." She said that Princess Anshi would not care, not Nanzhao King. Nanzhao King naturally understood the meaning. After tonight, Nanzhao King would no longer have the final say in the Nanzhao Kingdom. Nanzhao King gritted his teeth and said, "The Prince Ding Mansion was invited by Anqi to help. It wasn't originally, but now it is." Yili was not afraid of offending Nanzhao King. Offending Nanzhao King would no longer have any impact on the relationship between Nanzhao and the Northwest. Because after tonight, no matter who won or lost, the real power of Nanzhao would have nothing to do with Nanzhao King. If Princess Anqi won, Princess Anqi, who had learned from the previous lesson, would no longer tolerate Shu Manlin and Nanzhao King. If Shu Manlin won, Nanzhao King would only become a puppet of Shu Manlin or Tan Jiji. Nanzhao King's mistake was that he chose to cooperate with Mo Jingqi. Perhaps Mo Jingqi really wanted to cooperate with Nanzhao King, but the people he sent, whether it was noble consort Lu or Prime Minister Lu, didn't seem to be helping Nanzhao King at all. This wicked girl. Nanzhao King gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Yili frowned at Nanzhao King and said with some doubt, "This consort has a question that has been puzzling me. Princess Anqi is now the only princess under the name of Nanzhao King. And Princess Anqi is good at ruling the country and isn't attached to power. Nanzhao King should be happy to have such a daughter. Why is Nanzhao King helping Shu Manlin to target Princess Anqi?" Nanzhao King's support was definitely involved in making a holy girl, who should have been worshipped and had no real power, into a position that could threaten the life of the crown princess. Even if Shu Manlin was also Nanzhao King's daughter, even if Nanzhao King loved Shu Manlin more, he wouldn't hate Princess Anqi to this extent. Nanzhao King's face flashed with a trace of confusion. Clearly, he didn't understand Yi Li's question. How did he and his eldest daughter become like this today? He still remembered that Anqi was different from Shi Xia, who liked to dance and sing since childhood. She had a straightforward personality and was very calm in her actions. When she was only 13 or 14 years old, she was able to help him deal with the state affairs. She had accepted many of the matters that he himself had been troubled by, and she would handle them properly. At that time, he only thanked the heavens for giving him such a smart daughter. Even if he didn't have a prince, he had no regrets. So he made Anqi the crown princess and watched as Anqi worked hard to govern the country step by step and received the support of the people. But he didn't know when it started, but the joy and relief at the beginning gradually changed. Every time he saw the people show reverence and respect when they saw his daughter, he inexplicably felt displeased. He worked hard to govern the country for decades, but the people always said that this was not good. Even when they saw him, they feared and obeyed him, avoiding reverence and love. Why could his daughter so easily obtain something that he couldn't get in his life? Looking at Nanzhao King's changing expression, Yili felt that she already understood. Because of jealousy, not because he was worried about Princess Anqi usurping power, nor because he loved Shu Manlin more. It was just jealousy. A father was jealous of his daughter's ability to govern the country and the support of the people, so he did everything he could to make problems for his daughter. He even allowed others to kill her and added fuel to the fire. Yili shook her head and looked at Nanzhao King. If Princess Anqi is really defeated, how will Nanzhao succeed? Nanzhao King, have you really thought it through? The Nanzhao King's expression was ferocious, his breathing gradually becoming hurried. At this moment, Yili released the Nanzhao King and walked over to Princess Changle, who had already stood up. Softly laughing, she said, "Princess, let's go." Princess Changle glanced somewhat cautiously at the Nanzhao King, not knowing what he was thinking. His expression was ferocious and distorted, but it was as if he did not see them. Yili smiled and said, "There's no need to worry. Let's go." Pulling Princess Changle along, she walked out of the palace hall. Chapter 5:25. Outside the palace hall, the imperial bodyguards who had been guarding the sleeping quarters and those who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion had all been dealt with. However, there were still 7 or 8 survivors from the other group. Qin Feng and Zhuo Jing stood at the doorway, waiting for Yi Li to emerge. "Princess." As soon as the two emerged, the leader of the survivors immediately rushed forward. However, Zhuo Jing stepped forward and pulled him back. That person promptly replied, Princess. Princess, are you all right? This subordinate is incompetent. I was unable to rescue the princess earlier. Princess Changle hesitated. After looking at him for a long time, she asked, "You are Imperial Bodyguard Yang?" The man pulled down the veil, covering his face, revealing a resolute and somewhat familiar face. Yili frowned. After thinking for a moment, she recalled that this was the commander of the Imperial bodyguards in the Emperor's palace. Yili said, "Let's leave the palace first." Imperial bodyguard Yang clearly recognized Yili. Deferentially, he said, "Many thanks to Princess for your assistance." The party exited the palace. As expected, they did not encounter any obstructions along the way. The plaza outside the palace gates was still lively and jubilant. However, if one looked carefully, they would discover that the people who should have been there were no longer there. Without any delay, Yi Li and her entourage returned to the relay station. Before they could ask any questions, Imperial bodyguard Yang knelt on the ground in front of Princess Changle, stating, "This subordinate is incompetent and has given the princess a fright. This is the antidote. Princess, please take it quickly." From his sleeve, he withdrew a small green porcelain bottle and presented it to Princess Changle. Frowning, Yili asked, "Princess, you have been poisoned?" Along the way, Princess Changle's expression was normal. There were no abnormalities in her body. There were no signs of poisoning. Princess Changle hesitated for a moment before nodding her head. Imperial bodyguard Yang spoke with grief and indignation. "If not for that vicious woman poisoning the princess, how could we have saved the princess so late? Only that vicious woman has this poison. As soon as we saved the princess, she would immediately destroy the antidote. As a result, we could only try to obtain the antidote before we could save the princess. This was why the princess was sent to the palace." "Noble consort Liu?" Yili asked, "How did you get the antidote?" Bodyguard Yang said, "That vicious woman sent the princess into the palace and thought that the antidote was dispensable. But even so, 7 or 8 of our brothers still died to get the antidote. Fortunately, we made it in time. Otherwise, even if we would die 10,000 times, we would not have the face to face the Empress and the old Duke." Yili raised her eyebrows and said, "Did the Empress send you to save the princess?" Imperial bodyguard Yang sternly replied, "That's only natural. Every single one of your subordinates is Her Majesty the Empress's trusted aide and has received Her Majesty's grace. There were also a few brothers who had received Duke Hua's favor in the past. Originally, we wanted to make a move on the road, but we couldn't get the antidote. We also didn't dare to rashly take the princess's life. This subordinate thanks Wang Fei for her help." Hearing news of her imperial mother, Princess Changle's face was already covered in tears. Holding the medicine bottle, she promptly asked, "How is my imperial mother?" Imperial bodyguard Yang hesitated for a moment before replying, "Her Majesty the Empress." When this subordinate left the capital, Her Majesty the Empress was still under house arrest in the palace. However, please be at ease, Princess. The old Duke has already made arrangements. Her Majesty the Empress has also said that even if she is not free, His Majesty will ensure her safety for the sake of face. I only ask that Princess not return to the Chu capital in the future. This is something that Her Majesty the Empress entrusted this subordinate to give to Princess." Imperial bodyguard Yang then handed over a small, exquisite, and ordinary wooden box. Princess Changle stared blankly. Opening the box, she saw that it was only about 1 CUN wide and 4 or 5 CUN long. Opening the box, she saw several banknotes folded inside. On top of the banknotes, there was an exquisite, gorgeous hairpin and 7 or 8 luminous pearls. Although she did not see the denomination of the banknotes, she could tell from the luminous pearls that any one of them would be enough for Princess Changle to live the rest of her life without worry. "Princess Ding, Imperial Mother doesn't want me anymore?" Princess Changle asked in a low voice as she held the box. Yili sighed softly. "Your Imperial Mother is doing this for your own good." Princess Changle had not been sent for a political marriage. Rather, she had been given to the king of Nanzhao by Mo Jingqi. This meant that in the future, Princess Changle would never be able to appear before the Chu capital and the common people as a princess. Otherwise, when the time came, since Mo Jingxi was able to harden his heart and give his daughter to the king of Nanzhao, he would naturally be able to harden his heart and take her life. I know, Princess Changle said as she held the wooden box. However, she could not help but begin to sob. Henceforth, she would no longer be the Princess Changle of the Dechu state. Presumably, her imperial father would soon have someone spread the news that Princess Changle had passed away from illness. Henceforth, she would no longer be able to see her imperial mother and maternal grandfather. She could only wander the outside world without a name or surname. Seeing Princess Changle's sorrowful appearance, Yili reached out and stroked her hair, saying, "Good child, don't be sad. When the matters in the southern border are settled, why don't you come with us to the northwest?" Princess Changle hesitated for a moment before refusing Yi Li's proposal. "Many thanks, Princess Ding. However, my status is inconvenient. I fear that I will bring trouble to you and Uncle Prince Ding." Yi Li smiled and said, "You have even broken into the Nanzhao Palace. How can that be considered trouble? When I return, I will have someone take a look at this antidote. Princess, please rest well. As for the rest, wait for your Uncle Prince Ding to return. No one dares to casually break in here." Imperial bodyguard Yang was delighted to hear Yi Li's words. What the Empress and the old Duke were most worried about was Princess Changle living alone outside. Although they had made arrangements to secretly protect the princess in this chaotic world, who could confidently say that anywhere was safe except for the Northwest. Originally, they had planned to secretly send the princess to the Northwest to live in anonymity. With Princess Ding's invitation, it was naturally better for the princess. This subordinate thanks Princess Ding on behalf of the Empress and the old Duke. Waving her hand, Yi Li stated, "Our prince respects the Empress as his elder sister. Duke of Hua has watched the prince grow up. The eldest young miss of the Hua family is this consort's good friend. Princess Changle is naturally not an outsider." Imperial bodyguard Yang expressed his thanks once more. Gazing at Yi Li, Princess Changle stated, "I am no longer a princess. Imperial Mother has given me the nickname Wuyo. Princess Consort, please call me Wuyo." Wuyo was always happy. From this, it could be seen that the Empress loved her daughter dearly. Yi Li smiled and nodded. "Okay, Wuyo must be tired. Return to your room and rest." Princess Changle nodded her head and followed the Imperial bodyguard to the room that was still empty. As soon as the door was closed, Wuyo collapsed onto the bed and began to sob while biting the quilt. While she was sobbing, she did not know that the people outside the room were all people with exquisite internal energy. Naturally, they could hear her clearly. Yi Li turned her head to look at Feng Jiao, who was standing under the shadow of the nearby eaves, and sighed silently. Chapter 5:26. Seeing Yi Li walk out, Feng Jiao didn't hide anymore and walked out from under the eaves. These years, Yi Li more or less saw who Feng Jiao's heart was. Looking at Feng Jiao's usual carefree appearance, she could only sigh in her heart that the heavens were toying with people. In Yi Li's view, although Feng Jiao was a few years younger than Empress Hua, compared to the sunglasses, Feng Jiao was definitely more like a good husband. It was a pity that the two were not fated to be together. Feng Jiao heard about Empress Hua's encounter and naturally couldn't calm down. "Wang Fei, should we go to Wang Ye's side to take a look?" Feng Jiao walked forward and asked calmly. Yi Li thought for a bit and nodded. Although she wasn't worried that Mo Xiaoyao would be injured, Shu Manlin had transferred hundreds of experts from the sacred ground of southern border. In addition, she had thousands of King's City guards under her control. It was still worrying if the result wasn't seen. At this time, Mo Xiaoyao and Su Qingshun were sitting leisurely in the tallest restaurant in Nanzhao City, leisurely tasting wine. This restaurant was 3 stories high. Sitting on the top floor, one could overlook almost any place in the imperial city except for the imperial palace. At this time, sitting on the 3rd floor was not only Mo Xiaoyao and Su Qingshun, but also Mo Jingli and Lei Tengfeng, who had disappeared from the square in front of the imperial palace, as well as Prime Minister Liu and noble consort Liu. Everyone was leisurely tasting wine while paying attention to the fights in the city. The noise in the square was too shocking. The people who were immersed in singing, dancing, and drinking didn't notice that the imperial city was already in a bloody storm. The masters were fighting in full swing, but the guests were sitting on the side, drinking and watching. It didn't sound very interesting, but it was the best way to solve the problem at this time. The people on each side had inextricable relationships with the protagonists in this fight. Naturally, they didn't want the other side to get involved. Therefore, they could only drink and watch the show together. At the same time, they could also restrain the other party. Mo Xiaoyao leaned lazily against the window and carelessly played with the wine cup in his hand. He did not even bother to look outside, as though it had nothing to do with him who the Nanjiao royal power would be. Lin Han walked over to Mo Xiaoyao's side and whispered a few words. Mo Xiaoyao, who had originally looked indifferent, immediately perked up. "Princess is fine." Lin Han nodded and said, "Yes, Princess is much better." He said that Prince hasn't gone back yet, so he'll come over to take a look later. Mo Xiaoyao glanced downstairs and said regretfully, "I want to go back quickly, but it seems that I can't. Go and invite Princess Consort to come and sit." Everyone finally understood. Prince Ding had been listless all this time because Princess Ding was not present. With this thought, everyone present had different expressions. Some were angry, some were contemplative, and some were jealous. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yili appeared at the top of the stairs. Seeing that there were no other customers on the third floor, only the envoys from the various countries sitting at a table, she raised her eyebrows in surprise. As soon as Mo Xiaoyao saw Yili, he immediately got up and walked over. "Lear, how are you?" Yili nodded and said, "Everything is fine. Big brother is also here." Su Qingshan nodded and pointed out the window. "Lear, come take a look." In fact, no matter how high the restaurant was, it was still nighttime, and they couldn't really see anything. Everyone was waiting here motionlessly because they were waiting for the final result and to prevent the other party from interfering. Yili casually glanced outside and lost interest. "Big brother, what's going on?" Su Qingshan smiled faintly. The Saintess of Nanjiang suddenly sent people to attack the tribal leaders who came to attend the wedding. Princess Anqi naturally wanted to ask her for an explanation, and then they started fighting. Of course, things were not as simple as Su Qingshan said. The tribal leaders that Shu Manlin sent people to attack were all supporters of Princess Anqi. Among them were Princess Anqi's in-laws and grandparents. When Princess Anqi received the news and went to help, she intercepted and killed the newlyweds midway. Princess Anqi had always won the hearts of the people. Naturally, she had a large number of loyal subordinates. Therefore, the two sides began to fight without giving way. "Princess Ding, who do you think will win between Princess Anqi and the Saintess of Nanjiang?" Mo Jingli suddenly asked. Everyone immediately looked at Yili. Yili calmly looked at Mo Jingli and saw that he was staring at her with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Yili only found it funny and said calmly, "Who wins and who loses is up to me. But there is a good saying, the world belongs to the one who wins the hearts of the people. Who is right and who is wrong is the matter of the Nanjiao royal family and the people. It has nothing to do with us outsiders." Princess Anqi had been ruling the country well and had greatly benefited the people. She was not someone who could be easily shaken by Shu Manlin's title as the so-called savior of Nanjiang. As long as Princess Anqi won tonight, her position in Nanjiao would not be easily shaken. Yili glanced at Mo Xiaoyao and Su Qingshan. Su Qingshan smiled faintly and did not look worried at all. Yili could not help but calm down. The world belongs to the one who wins the hearts of the people. Everyone was thinking about this in their hearts. Li Er's words are incisive. Su Qingshan praised with a smile. Yili was a little embarrassed. What she said was just a common saying from her previous life. Mo Xiaoyao smiled proudly and said, "Li's words are naturally reasonable." Su Qingshan disdained to argue with this proud and childish man, not to mention that he was speaking well of Li Er. She pretended not to see his proud face. Everyone present was not an ignorant youth who did not know the world. They all had different opinions about Yi Li's words. But there was one person who was dissatisfied and said coldly, "According to Miss Ye's words, the world belongs to the one who wins the hearts of the people. Doesn't that mean that the Dechu state's royal family should have already given up the throne to the Ding Manor?" Compared to the hearts of the people, although the Dechu state's royal family was the rightful ruler of the Dechu state, they could not compare to the Ding Manor. Everyone looked strangely at noble consort Lu. Their eyes were full of mockery and disdain. It was clearly an incisive statement, but this woman could twist it like this. Should they say that noble consort Lu and Mo Jingqi were husband and wife? Actually, noble consort Lu knew something was wrong as soon as she said it. She didn't want to say anything. She just saw that Yi Li's casual words were highly praised by young Master Qingxin. She also saw the surprised and envious eyes of everyone present. She also saw Mo Xiaoyao holding Yi Li's arm with a proud expression. It was as if he was happier than her being praised. She couldn't help but feel a throbbing pain in her heart. She spat out harsh words without thinking. Yi Li looked at noble consort Lu calmly and said, "Noble consort Lu's words, does it mean that you admit that the current royal family is not what the people want? Since noble consort Lu knows, you should scrupulously abide by the inner curtain and advise the emperor to diligently cultivate his virtue. You shouldn't speculate and talk nonsense here. My Northwestly city has nothing to do with your Chu state. Even if noble consort Lu feels that Emperor Chu is incompetent and unworthy of the throne and wants to abdicate the throne, it has nothing to do with our prince." Chapter 5:27. After speaking, her gaze calmly swept across Mo Jingli's face. As expected, she saw Mo Jingli's expression change slightly. Mo Jingli showed a rare smile on his cold face, which made people feel uncomfortable. "So noble concubine Lu thinks that my brother doesn't deserve to be the emperor? I didn't know until now that you are such a noble concubine. It's really an eye-opener." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Noble concubine Lu glared at Mo Jingli. Mo Jingli even respected Mo Jingqi because of his mood these years. How could he be afraid of noble concubine Lu? She sneered. "Wasn't it noble concubine Lu who said that?" "Your Highness." Prime Minister Lu looked at his daughter with displeasure. Although he could keep some thoughts to himself, what noble concubine Lu said was too much. It was not the time for them to offend Prince Ding. Obviously, the bottom line of not offending Prince Ding was Princess Ding. Offending Princess Ding was more important than offending Prince Ding. However, his daughter couldn't see the situation clearly. She talked nonsense and challenged Princess Ding's bottom line. "Your Highness just made a slip of the tongue. Prince Li, please be careful." Mo Jingli snorted disdainfully. A slip of the tongue? It was not the first time for him to know noble concubine Lu. She was always arrogant, as if everyone in the world only deserved to be the dust under her feet. Mo Jingli didn't doubt that she looked down on her brother and thought that he didn't deserve to be the emperor. While Mo Jingli and noble concubine Lu were quarreling, Mo Xiaoyao was pouring tea for Yi Li attentively and saying sweet words to Yi Li without any scruples. It almost blinded the eyes of all the unloved people on the scene. Lei Tingfeng looked at the two of them thoughtfully and said with a smile, "Prince Ding and Princess Ding's relationship is really good. It really makes me envious. Even if they had a good relationship, there was no need to show it in public, right?" Mo Xiao nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, one should marry a virtuous wife. As a man, having a good wife is of utmost importance. For those who were lucky, for example, I married Mr. Li. Those who were unlucky, Mo Xiao didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. However, they all had their own choices for the unlucky person. Everyone looked at Yi Li at the same time. They couldn't help but admit that Mo Xiaoyao was indeed lucky. Princess Ding. Princess Ding was not only beautiful and had a natural temperament, but she was also good at governing the country. Nowadays, the most feared Qilin in the Northwest was trained by Princess Ding. The fourth and fifth sons of the Su family led the people in the north to cultivate wastelands and plant farmland. It was said that it was Princess Ding's idea to bring the originally barren North to a peaceful and happy life. Even without these, just the fact that Ding Wangfei had Su Hongyu and Su Hongyin's two uncles, as well as that fifth brother's cousin. If people knew that the Su family valued Yili this much, it was likely that all the men in the world would fight to marry this beauty. Ever since Mo Xiaoyao and Yili got married, Mo Xiaoyao, who was originally living in seclusion in the Prince Ding mansion with a crippled leg and a disfigured face, had managed to rule the Northwest in just a few years. He was healthy and even had a son. What kind of luck was this? In this process, Mo Xiaoyao had only paid the price of a head of white hair. More importantly, ever since his hair turned white, Mo Xiaoyao seemed to have become even more dazzling. Even Yili blushed at Mo Xiaoyao's shameless words. Her face was as calm as water, but she secretly pinched his waist mercilessly. Mo Xiaoyao's face immediately fell. Wife, seeing that the two were getting more and more out of hand, Su Qingshan coughed lightly to remind them that there were still outsiders around. Yili was too lazy to pay attention to Mo Xiaoyao's antics. She looked at the place where the fighting was still going on and asked, Shu Manlin has mobilized the Nanjiao city guards? Su Qingshan nodded slightly and smiled. Lear, don't worry. Princess Anqi is not a weak woman who can be bullied. The tribes that came to the wedding this time, including the Pua family and Princess Anqi's grandfather's family, all brought many people. Sitting by the window, Mo Jingli stared at a certain place for a long time. Suddenly, he turned around and shouted at Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao, you didn't keep your word. Mo Xiaoyao lazily leaned his head on Yi Li's shoulder and glanced at Mo Jingli with a puzzled expression. What do you mean? Mo Jingli sneered. You dare say that those people are not from the Northwest? Not Qilin? Hearing his words, the others immediately stood up and walked to the window to take a closer look. Sure enough, they saw a group of people cutting through the chaos like a hot knife through butter. Wherever they went, they were invincible. Even in the dark, they could clearly see the astonishing speed at which they were advancing. Even if the enemy was several times stronger than them, they could not stop them at all. Everyone looked at Mo Xiaoyao. Apart from a Northwest and Qilin, no one else had that kind of fighting power. Oh, we've been discovered. Li, what should we do? Mo Xiaoyao did not shirk away. He blinked innocently and looked at Yili. Yili could not help but smile. It was now dark. Even if Shu Manlin had thousands of people in her hands, if Qilin did not want to be discovered, he would not have revealed himself. This was clearly Mo Xiaoyao's intention. Was he supporting Princess Anqi? Mo Jingli said angrily. Mo Xiaoyao, we agreed that no one could interfere in Nanjiang's affairs. You're clearly breaking the agreement. Mo Xiaoyao scornfully curled his lips. I did break the agreement. What do you want? Bite me? Clearly reading the meaning of Mo Xiaoyao's expression, Mo Jingli's facial muscles could not help but twitch. Lei Dingfeng still had some sense. He did not intend to interfere in Nanjiang's affairs. Nanjiao and Xiling shared a large area of land. For many years, there had been friction and they could not be friends. Genom of Gojoseon already had some plans. If he could not break into the Dechu state in the short term, then he would start with Nanjiao. Therefore, it did not matter to him who had Nanjiao in their hands. Prince Ding, since we have an agreement, you should give us a reasonable explanation for acting rashly. Lei Dingfeng said politely. Mo Xiaoyao smiled. Explanation? It's nothing. Of course, it's because I promised you before I promised Princess Anqi. Moreover, I did not intend to interfere in Nanjiang's affairs. It's just that Princess Anqi suspected that someone would take advantage of the wedding to cause trouble. She asked I for a few guards to protect the newlyweds and the wedding guests. Princess Anqi and young Master Qingshan are best friends. She is also quite close to Ai's beloved concubine. How can I not agree to such a small matter? Also, I did not give it to you for free. Princess Anqi asked I to lend each guard 5,000 taels of silver. If they were injured or killed in battle, they would have to pay another 500 taels of silver for medical expenses or 10,000 taels of silver as compensation. This is a fair and cost-effective deal. I can do it even if we're not friends." Hearing this, everyone silently vomited blood in their hearts. Yili was thoughtful. She did not expect Mo Xiaoyao to have understood the essence of mercenary army. Speaking of which, if Qi Lin became a mercenary army, not only could they make a lot of money, but more importantly, they could have a lot of opportunities for actual combat. After all, the Northwest had been too peaceful in recent years. No amount of training could compare to the effect of actual combat. Of course, this was just Yi Li's imagination. She could not turn the well-trained Qi Lin into a mercenary army. "What is Li thinking?" Mo Xiaoyao asked in a low voice when he saw Yili lowering her head and thinking. He knew that she must have some plans in mind. Yili shook her head and said, "Let's talk about it later." Mo Xiaoyao also knew that this was not the place to talk. He glanced at the people who were intentionally or unintentionally glancing in their direction. He stood up openly and hugged Yili to stand by the window to watch the battle. Yili had undergone special training, and Mo Xiaoyao had profound skills. The two of them naturally had better night vision than the people present. Looking at the performance of the Qi Lin in the distance, Yili nodded with satisfaction. The 5 years of training were not in vain. The Qi Lin members were basically mature and experienced. They could completely carry out different kinds of missions on their own. Mo Xiaoyao pointed in the distance and said, "Shu Manlin's people have begun to attack the princess residence." Yili frowned and said, "At this time, Princess Anqi should not be in the princess residence, right?" Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, "Of course not. Is she waiting to die in the princess residence at this time?" Princess Anqi probably did not expect that her father would give the token to Shu Manlin to mobilize the guards in the city. Facing 7,000 to 8,000 soldiers and hundreds of masters, even with Mo Xiaoyao's support, Qi Lin could only avoid the attack. It was impossible for them to fight head-on. After all, Mo Xiaoyao did not bring many people to Nanjiang. It was impossible for him to mobilize all the forces of the Prince Ding mansion in Nanjiang for Princess Anqi. "Li, do you want to guess where Princess Anqi is now?" Mo Xiaoyao asked cheerfully. Everyone, except Su Qingshun, pricked up their ears to listen to the conversation. Yili frowned and stared at the scene outside for a long time before slowly saying, "To catch the bandits, first catch the leader." Princess Anqi was not in the princess residence at this time. Naturally, she could not fight in the city. Then they could only go find Shu Manlin. Only by getting the token in Shu Manlin's hand could they stop the killing in the city. The guard to Nanjiao City only listened to the chief and did not recognize the person. Without the token, even the king of Nanjiao might not be able to do anything. "Where is Shu Manlin?" Mo Xiaoyao looked at Yili with a smile and said, "Of course she is in the Nanjiao palace. That woman wants to be the king of Nanjiao so badly. If she is not in the palace, where else can she be?" Yili frowned slightly. The king of Nanjiao was still in the palace. Although there were people left behind to deal with the aftermath, if they were not careful, they might not be able to find the king of Nanjiao so quickly. However, if Shu Manlin found the king of Nanjiao first, it would not be good for Princess Anqi. Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, "Li, don't worry. It would be good if the king of Nanjiao knows his place. If he still wants to rely on Shu Manlin, I'm afraid he will be in big trouble. Don't forget to stay by Shu Manlin's side." Yili understood. Shu Manlin still had Tanjiji by her side. He was not someone easy to deal with. If Shu Manlin won, Tanjiji would never let the king of Nanjiao live. If the king of Nanjiao died, Shu Manlin's position would be unstable. Chapter 528. Yili had fallen asleep in Mo Xiaoyao's arms when Princess Anqi sent someone to invite the distinguished guests into the palace. Although it was a bit depressing that they had to enter the palace to discuss matters instead of going back to rest, no one present would say no. Everyone knew that Princess Anqi was the final winner of this battle. Naturally, everyone present wanted to enter the palace as soon as possible to win more benefits for themselves. Mo Xiaoyao wanted to let Yili go back to rest, but Yili remembered that the king of Nanjiao was still hidden somewhere in the palace, so she decided to enter the palace again. It was still the same hall where the king of Nanjiao had received them, but the people in the hall had changed. Princess Anchi was still wearing her wedding gown with white flowers and blue flowers. However, the gown was stained with dark red blood, which made her look even colder and more murderous under the light. At this time, Princess Anchi was standing in the hall, looking down at Shu Manlin, who was sitting in the middle of the hall in a sorry state. "It's so late. It's really rude of me to invite you into the palace." Princess Anchi nodded to Yi Li, and then apologized to the people who entered the hall. Lei Tingfeng said with a smile, "Don't be so polite, Princess. It happened so suddenly tonight. I'm relieved to see that you and your wife are safe." Pua stood behind Princess Anchi. There were still some bloodstains on his young face. Obviously, both he and Princess Anchi had gone through a tough battle tonight. Princess Anchi said with a smile, "Thank you for your concern, Crown Prince of Jinnam, King Gojoseon." Prime Minister Liu frowned. Why didn't the king of Nanjiao come out when such a big thing happened? Princess Anchi also frowned, saying, "To be honest, I didn't see my father after returning to the palace. He's sending people to look for him." Shu Manlin, the tokens of the guards of Yunwu City and the guards of the palace are in your hands. Where is my father? Shu Manlin's face darkened. She said coldly, "How do I know where he is?" Princess Anchi sneered. "The tokens are in your hands. How do you not know where my father is? Then how did you get the token?" Shu Manlin was stunned, but soon understood what Princess Anchi meant. She wanted to put the blame on her for the disappearance of the king of Nanjiao. Regarding this matter, Shu Manlin was really wronged. She had never thought that she couldn't defeat Princess Anchi with all the masters of the sacred land of Nanjiang and the guards of Yunwu City. Originally, she had hoped to kill Princess Anchi directly. As long as Princess Anchi was dead, her subordinates would be defenseless. Who would have thought that she would be surrounded by a group of extremely powerful guards? Not to mention killing her, she was caught red-handed by Princess Anchi when she broke into the Saint Lady's Hall. What do you mean? The command medallion was naturally given to me by the king, Shu Manlin said sternly. Princess Anchi wasn't in a hurry. She smiled faintly and said, "Father will give you both the Imperial Guard token and the Guard token of the Royal City." Are you joking? Shu Manlin was a little uneasy. Normally, the king of Nanjiao wouldn't give her such an important thing. But this time, she used some special methods to bewitch the king of Nanjiao into giving her the tokens. But no matter how she said it was the king of Nanjiao who gave her the tokens, no one would believe her. Everyone present was a tyrant with great power in their hands. Naturally, they understood the importance of power and military power. As the king of Nanjiao, how could he give such an important thing to a holy maiden so easily? Even if someone believed it, now that she had lost, if the king of Nanjiao didn't appear in time to save her, the truth would become a lie. But where was the king of Nanjiao now? Of course, Shu Manlin didn't know that when she led most of the guards to besiege Princess Anchi, someone had sneaked into the palace to save the princess. Before leaving, the person had knocked out the king of Nanjiao and hid him. If she knew, she wouldn't have taken so many people with her. So no one in the palace knew the whereabouts of the king of Nanjiao. Princess Anchi looked down at Shu Manlin, who was in a sorry state but still refused to admit defeat. A trace of disgust flashed through her eyes. She was really tired of this woman. Over the years, she had come to understand Shu Manlin's true identity. So in the beginning, when Shu Manlin targeted her from time to time, she tolerated her. However, she didn't expect that Shu Manlin would become more and more excessive. What saddened her the most was that her father actually gave Shu Manlin the token of the guards of King City. Could it be that her father didn't think that Shu Manlin could kill her if he had the authority to mobilize the guards of King City? Or did her father think so himself? Shu Manlin, you mobilized the palace and palace guard without permission, attacked the princess's residence, and tried to kill the crown princess of Nanjiao. Also, you can't absolve yourself from the blame for my father's disappearance. Do you know your crime? Princess Anchi took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. Shu Manlin was speechless. She sneered. Now that you've won, you should be happy. Say whatever you want. Anshi, don't pretend. You're the one who held the king hostage and framed me. Princess Anshi didn't get angry. She smiled indifferently and said, Don't you know I's whereabouts very well tonight? I didn't even have the chance to get close to the palace when you were surrounded by so many soldiers. Also, weren't you the one who took away nearly half of the palace guards? The palace guards bear the important responsibility of protecting the palace and the king of Nanjiao. Even during wartime, they can't be taken away at will. Shu Manlin, do you still not know your crime? Shu Manlin knew she couldn't win against Princess Anshi. She was too complacent and careless. Originally, she thought that no matter how capable Princess Anshi was, she couldn't escape from the encirclement of thousands of guards and hundreds of experts. So when she did these things, she didn't think about hiding at all. Now that she had lost, there was no way she could turn things around. Kingly, Shu Manlin had no choice but to place her hopes on the people present. Among them, the one she was closest to was naturally Mo Jingli. Mo Jingli didn't show as much tenderness as Shu Manlin imagined. He glanced at Shu Manlin indifferently and said coldly, I have no right to interfere in Nanjiao's national affairs. Shu Manlin was stunned. She didn't expect Mo Jingli to be so heartless. Kingly, you, what a heartless person. Don't forget, if it wasn't for me. Come, take her away. Princess Anshi said. Two guards from the princess residence immediately came forward and covered Shu Manlin's mouth. They dragged her away. Nanjiao was in chaos now. It wasn't the time to offend King Li. As for the deal between Shu Manlin and King Li, she would find a way to find out later. After dealing with Shu Manlin's matter, Princess Anshi apologized to everyone again before sending them out of the palace to rest. Princess Ding, please wait a moment. Princess Anshi called out to Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao, who were walking at the back. Yi Li turned to look at her and raised her eyebrows. Princess Anshi said with a smile, Where is Imperial Father now? Princess, please tell me. Yi Li smiled and said, He's in the bedchamber. Princess, you can send people to look for him carefully. All right, I took someone out of Nanjiao's palace. Please forgive me. Princess Anshi waved her hand and said with a smile, It's a small matter. Princess, please don't mind. Yi Li smiled and said, Thank you, Princess. Goodbye. Chapter 529. Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao walked out hand in hand. Su Qingshun was the last to leave. She stopped after a few steps and turned back to look at Princess Anshi. Princess Anshi asked, Qingshun, do you have anything else to say? Su Qingshun glanced indifferently at Pu, who was standing behind Princess Anshi. Princess Anshi pursed her lips and smiled. Pu is one of us. Qingshun, if you have anything to say, just say it. After this night, Princess Anshi and her new husband obviously trusted each other more and were closer to each other. Su Qingshun didn't stand on ceremony and asked, Princess, what are your plans after finding the king of Nanjiao? Plans? Princess Anshi didn't understand. Su Qingshun said carefully, After what happened tonight, the king of Nanjiao will hold a grudge against you no matter what. Princess, have you not considered the future? Will the king of Nanjiao intervene to save Shu Manlin after he comes out? Or even support a second or third Shu Manlin? Princess Anshi's expression was a little gloomy. She lowered her eyes and said, He is my father. Su Qingshun said calmly, I didn't ask you to do anything to the king of Nanjiao. Princess Anshi was a little ashamed. She looked at Su Qingshun and smiled bitterly. She admitted generously, It was I who wanted to do something to my father. Qingshun, I've had enough of these years. Can you help me? Looking at the exhausted Princess Anshi who sat weakly on the steps, Su Qingshun sighed softly. He said indifferently, The king of Nanjiao was frightened and seriously ill. He can't take charge of the court. Since Princess Anshi is married, you can ascend to the throne, right? Princess Anshi was startled. Although she had thought of weakening her father's power, she had never thought of becoming the king of Nanjiao before her father passed away. Su Qingshun looked at her calmly and said, You and I have known each other for so many years. We have often discussed how to rule a country. Princess Anshi nodded and said, Yes, I've learned a lot from knowing Qingchen. Su Qingchen said, I have taught you how to rule a country, but I have never taught you how to rule a country. Anqi, this is the last time I will teach you. Do you know why you have always been suppressed by Shu Manlin all these years? Because you lack ruthlessness. Being an emperor was a lonely path. Tactics, strategy, and decisiveness were all indispensable. What you lack the most is ruthlessness. Since ancient times, emperors have been heartless, and the royal family has no flesh and blood. Every time you show mercy, the enemy will only rise again in return. You are cruel enough to yourself, so you can endure any kind of hardship, but you are too kind to the people around you. Anqi, when you can truly handle the relationship with the people around you, you will become a qualified king. After saying that, Su Qingchen didn't stay any longer and walked out of the door. Princess Anqi suddenly asked, What about Prince Ding? Everyone in the world knows that Prince Ding dotes on Princess Consort very much. He also trusts Lady Su a lot. Does Qingchen think that Prince Ding is a qualified king? Su Qingchen turned to look at him and smiled faintly. There is no one more suitable than Prince Ding in the world. There was another condition for becoming a king, and that was to learn how to make choices. Prince Ding knows what he wants and what he should do, so I've never been worried about him. Anqi, King of Nanzhao, take care. Seeing Su Qingchen turn and leave without any reluctance, Princess Anqi faced the empty hall and felt a chill in her heart. She couldn't help but hold her knees and lower her head as tears fell silently. The sparkling tears fell on her knees and soon soaked her white clothes. Pua walked to Princess Anqi's side and squatted down. Looking at the woman holding her knees and crying silently on the ground, a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. He clumsily raised his hand and patted Princess Anqi's shoulder, saying softly, Sure, I'll stay with you. Princess Anqi raised her head and stared blankly at his stiff face. Finally, she couldn't help but lean into his arms. Her sobs echoed in the hall. When Su Qingchen walked out of the palace, the sky was already slightly bright. There were still 2 or 3 drunk people wandering in the square in front of the palace. They hadn't gone home yet. A gust of wind blew. Su Qingchen looked at the setting moon and let out a long sigh. What's wrong with Master Qingchen? You look so sad. A faint smile came from behind him. Qingchen frowned unhappily. What did it mean to look sad? When he came back to his senses, he saw Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao standing behind him and looking at him. The difference was that Yi Li looked worried, while Mo Xiaoyao looked teasing and gloating. Su Qingchen said lightly, I thought you had already returned to the post house to rest. Aren't you tired after a day and night? Yi Li said softly, We were a little worried when we saw Big Brother lagging behind. Although it's okay now, it was a mess last night. It's better to go back together. Seeing Yi Li's worried eyes, Su Qingchen's heart warmed. What he had just said to Princess Anqi was not just to guide her on how to be a queen or how to deal with the future. It was also to tell her that from now on, their former friendship had become a thing of the past. Even though they both ruled Nanzhao, the status of the king of Nanzhao and the crown princess was completely different. After Princess Anqi ascended the throne, the whole of Nanzhao became a responsibility that she could never get rid of. It was impossible for there to be such a simple friendship between them. Su Qingchen did not have many friends, but he was more like a teacher and a friend to Princess Anqi. Although he was gratified by Princess Anqi's growth, he could not help but feel disappointed that he would lose a close friend. Well, let's go back together, Su Qingchen said with a faint smile. As he walked, he said to Mo Xiaoyao, We may need a few more days to return to the northwest. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and asked why. Su Qingchen said, To attend Princess Anqi's ascension ceremony. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and could not help but praise, Master Qingchen, you're a good man. I'm tired of looking at the king of Nanzhao. It's not bad to change to Princess Anqi. He was sure that before they left, Princess Anqi had no intention of ascending the throne. It must be Su Qingchen who stayed behind and said something to Princess Anqi. And this could only be said by Su Qingchen. Although they could all say it, Princess Anshi would only think that they had ulterior motives. If Su Qingshan said it, the effect would be completely different. Su Qingshan was silent. It might be a good thing for Princess Anshi to register in advance, but might not be a good thing for Nanzhao. If the king of Nanzhao was left with Princess Anshi's temperament, what happened last night might happen again. Although the king of Nanzhao was incompetent, there would still be people and tribes loyal to him. And with the help of Tan Jiji, who had not yet returned, Princess Anshi's life might be in danger if they counterattacked. But once Princess Anshi ascended the throne, the tribes might not be convinced in a short time. By then, there would be internal strife in Nanzhao, and West Hill would have the intention of annexing Nanzhao. Su Qingshan closed his eyes. He did not know if Princess Anshi would hate him in the future. But now, West Hill had been dormant for many years, and there were already signs of impatience. Once he joined forces with the northern tribes of the Chu state to set their sights on the northwest, it would be better to give him a chance to test his sword in Nanzhao and give the northwest more time to prepare and buffer. Brother, Yili did not think as much as Su Qingshan. These power struggles were not her forte, but she could sense Su Qingshan's gloominess. Mo Xiaoyao looked at Su Qingshan and said, Princess Anshi is in the royal family. Unless she voluntarily gives up, she will never be able to escape these things. Brother, you don't have to blame yourself. Also, thank you. Mo Xiaoyao naturally understood Su Qingshan's considerations and plans and thanked him sincerely. Su Qingshan smiled faintly and said, What are you thanking me for? It's my duty. Born in this world, it's up to fate. Let's go. It's time to go back and rest. Su Qingshan left Mo Xiaoyao and Yili behind and headed for the post house. Yili looked at Su Qingshan's back and frowned. I feel that something is wrong with brother. Mo Xiaoyao held Yili's hand and comforted her softly. It's nothing. Princess Anshi will be the ruler of a country after she ascends the throne. With Master Qingshan's status, it's naturally inconvenient for him to be too close to her. Moreover, Princess Anshi is now a married woman. Master Qingshan has to avoid arousing suspicion. No one would be in a good mood without a close friend. Your brother has always been open-minded. He'll be fine after a few days. Yili nodded and sighed. I hope so. My brother became famous at a young age. There aren't many people who can get along with him. Mo Xiaoyao glanced at Su Qingshan, who was walking alone in front of them. A sly smile flashed in his eyes. He looked at Yili and said, Yili, speaking of which, we said that we could have fun on our way back. Now we have to stay for Princess Anshi's coronation and go back to take part in your military exercise. It seems that we don't have enough time. Yili blinked. What's Prince's plan? Yili had been familiar with Mo Xiaoyao's temperament over the past few years. His words clearly indicated that he already had a plan. Mo Xiaoyao smiled with satisfaction. He lowered his head and kissed Yili's lips. You know me best, Yili. We've already attended Princess Anshi's wedding. Why don't we? Yili understood that Mo Xiaoyao had no intention of attending the coronation. What do you want? Mo Xiaoyao said. Your brother's presence is enough for the coronation. Who dares to say that young Master Qingshan's name isn't important enough? Let's travel slowly back to the northwest. What do you think, Yili? Young Master Qingshan was famous all over the world. More importantly, he represented the Su family. Behind the Su family was Princess Ding. Princess Ding was Prince Ding. Su Qingshan's participation in the coronation was enough to show the Northwest's attitude. Yili hesitated. She had to admit that she was a little tempted. She had been busy in the Northwest for the past few years. She had never really had the time to leisurely travel. Will Big Brother agree? Of course. Your brother will definitely be worried. He'll definitely wait until Princess Anshi's coronation before leaving. It's a waste of time for us to stay here. Then, in the end, she couldn't resist the temptation of traveling. Yili could only feel sorry for her brother. Chapter 530. Mo Xiaoyao finally persuaded Su Qingshan to stay in Nanzhao to deal with the follow-up matters. Satisfied, he left Nanzhao with Yili and began to travel freely. Unlike Yili, Mo Xiaoyao did not feel guilty or worried about leaving Su Qingshun in Nanzhao. In fact, Mo Xiaoyao still thought that young Master Qingshun kept a low profile. In other words, he did not work hard. Young Master Qingshun became famous at a young age. He was once a talent valued by many great scholars. Unfortunately, since he resigned and traveled around, young Master Qingshun's name was more common in rural legends and Jianghu rumors. In the eyes of the world, young Master Qingshun's immortal charm was better than his strategic means. But Mo Xiaoyao knew that Su Qingshun's ability was not limited to this. At least half of Princess Anqi's achievements today were due to Su Qingshun. In the past few years, the southwest of the Chu state could be said to be sandwiched between West Hill and Nanzhao. Today's situation could not be achieved without Su Qingshun's cooperation. Perhaps they had learned the lesson of their predecessors who were in the limelight. The two generations of the Su family liked to keep a low profile and bide their time. In the development of the Northwest these few years, the Su family definitely deserved the most credit. But when people talked about it, they would only praise Prince Ding and his princess consort for being wise and rarely mention the Su family. It could be seen that the Su family had been rather successful. This also made Mo Xiaoyao very helpless. To keep a low profile, it would inevitably limit the performance of their talents. If these people worked hard obediently, how much time could he save to play with Ali? In the post house, Su Qingshun sat alone behind the desk with his eyes closed. The words Mo Xiaoyao said before leaving still rang in his ears. Brother Qingshun, I dare not guarantee the prosperity of the Su family, but as long as I am alive and Mo Yuchen is alive, I will guarantee the peace of the Su family. Mo Xiaoyao rarely called Mo Xiaobao by his full name. Usually, he would just call him Mo Xiaobao. Some people who didn't know the inside story even thought that the little heir of the Princeton mansion was called Mo Xiaobao. Therefore, the sincerity and determination in Mo Xiaoyao's words could be seen. It wasn't that the Su family didn't trust Mo Xiaoyao, but rather they didn't trust Wang Quan. For this reason, the Su family had paid a heavy price. Although it wasn't to the point where the entire Su family was exterminated and their blood flowed like a river, several generations of the Su family had been suppressed. Many of the family's descendants had failed to achieve their goals and died of depression. Even though his grandfather was a world-renowned scholar, when had he ever truly lived a carefree life? Sometimes, such a blunt knife was even more torturous than a direct cut. Young Master Qingshun. Outside the door, Qin Feng called out in a low voice. What's the matter? Su Qingshun opened her eyes. Her eyes were calm, without the slightest hint of sleepiness. Qin Feng said, Prime Minister Liu of the Chu state, noble consort Liu, requests to see you. Su Qingshun pondered for a moment and said indifferently, let her in. After a while, Prime Minister Liu came in with noble consort Liu, who was dressed in white. Seeing the man in white sitting behind the desk with no intention of moving, Prime Minister Liu's turbid old eyes flashed a trace of jealousy and anger. He couldn't help but envy Su Qingshun. Young Master Qingshun was famous when he was young. Before he was 30, he had already held great power in his hands. Although young Master Qingshun didn't have a specific position in the Northwest, people who really paid attention knew that young Master Qingshun's position among the Northwest civil officials was second only to his father, Su Hongyu. Prime Minister Liu remembered that when he was young Master Qingshun's age, he still struggled hard in the imperial court and used all kinds of underhanded methods to climb up. How could Prime Minister Liu not envy and resent this elegant man in front of him? Like her father, noble consort Liu didn't like Su Qingshun. Not only because he was Yi Li's cousin, but also because she always felt ashamed in front of this man. It didn't mean that Su Qingshun was prettier than her. No matter how handsome Su Qingshun was, he was still a man. His appearance couldn't be more delicate and beautiful than noble consort Liu, who was known as the most beautiful woman in the Chu capital. Instead, it was the kind of temperament that Su Qingshun naturally showed, which always made people feel that the darkness and filth in their hearts couldn't hide in front of him. Prime Minister Liu, Why are you here? Su Qingshun looked at the two people who were staring at him silently, frowned, and asked. Prime Minister Liu came to himself and said, I heard that Prince Ding and the princess have left the Nanzhao kingdom this morning. Su Qingshun nodded but didn't speak. Prime Minister Liu frowned and said, What do Prince Ding and the princess think about the succession of Princess Anqi? This morning, the news that the king of Nanzhao had been found spread in the palace. However, the king of Nanzhao was injured by the rebels and was too frightened to deal with the state affairs. In a few days, Princess Anqi would ascend the throne as the crown princess and become the new queen of Nanzhao. This kind of news was not a good thing for Great Chu. Princess Anqi and Su Qingshun had always been close and had a good relationship with Ding Wangfei. If she ascended the throne, it would only be bad for the Dechu state. Su Qingshun said with a faint smile, The prince has given me full authority to deal with this matter. Prime Minister Liu's face changed slightly. You mean that you can represent Prince Ding? Hearing this, Prime Minister Liu complained in his heart. When the emperor attacked the Su family, he had completely offended the Su family. Now Prince Ding had given this matter to Su Qingshun. Even if Su Qingshun wasn't Princess Anqi's friend, he wouldn't stand on their side. Su Qingshun said with a faint smile, Since the king of Nanzhao can't deal with the state affairs, it's natural for Princess Anqi to ascend the throne as the crown princess. Even if the prince is here, what objection can he have? Prime Minister Liu, you and I just need to wait for Princess Anqi to ascend the throne on an auspicious day. Prime Minister Liu's face turned green and white. He just didn't want Princess Anqi to ascend the throne. Su Qingshun didn't look at Prime Minister Liu's face. He lowered his eyes and sipped the tea in his cup, hiding the disdain in his eyes. As a prime minister, he thought too highly of himself if he wanted to influence the succession of the throne of Nanzhao. I still have some things to deal with, so I won't keep you company. This meant that he was going to serve tea and see the guest out. Prime Minister Liu's expression changed. Finally, he snorted and left. As soon as Prime Minister Liu left, someone came to report that the Crown Prince of Genom of Gojoseon wanted to see him. Su Qingshun frowned and said, Close the door. I won't see any guests today. The guard left to pass the order. Qin Feng sat aside and asked curiously, Eldest young master, is it really okay to close the door and not see any guests? Su Qingshun said with a smile, What's the problem? It's just a matter of talking about those things. When Princess Anqi ascends the throne, they will have nothing to say. Even if people didn't want Princess Anqi, who had a good relationship with the Northwest, to ascend the throne, these people were all envoys, and there were no more than 100 people at most. Could it be that they had the ability to stop it? Su Qingshun picked up the pen and wrote a few lines. Then he calmly folded the paper and put it in an envelope, handing it to Qin Feng and saying, Please send it to Princess Anqi. Qin Feng didn't ask more. He took the letter and turned to go out at once. An hour later, Su Qingshun's letter was unfolded on Princess Anqi's table. The elegant handwriting was full of hidden sharpness and murderous intent. If you don't make up your mind, you'll be in trouble instead. In the way of the king, those who follow will prosper, and those who oppose will die. Chapter 531. After looking at the letter for a long time, Princess Anqi asked, Where is Xu Manlin? The guard beside her replied, Princess, she is locked up in the dungeon. Princess Anqi was silent for a moment and said, Send her on her way. Send the tribal leaders who helped Xu Manlin on her way as well. Yes, Princess. No matter how bloody the Nanzhao kingdom was, Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao were enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. They did not bring any guards with them. They left Qin Feng, Zhuijing, and Feng San in Nanzhao to assist Su Qingshun. They only rode a wild horse that Mo Xiaoyao had just tamed. With some luggage, they left the Nanzhao kingdom and headed towards the northwest. In order not to be disturbed along the way, Mo Xiaoyao specially dyed his white hair, which he had been used to for several years, to black hair. After changing into ordinary clothes, the two of them really looked like a pair of immortal couples walking in the pugilistic world. Just when everyone thought that Prince Ding and Princess Ding would definitely rush back to the northwest, Mo Xiaoyao leisurely took Yi Li through the northwest border of Nanzhao and entered the West Hill. Hundreds of years ago, the West Hill and the Dechu state were one. So even after hundreds of years, the language and customs of the people of the two countries did not change much. Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li just disguised themselves and sneaked into the West Hill border. They did not arouse any suspicion along the way. The two of them were important figures that involved the entire Northwest. Usually, no matter where they went, they were surrounded by attendants. When had they ever been at ease? This time, the two of them did not bring any guards. They traveled in light carriages and toured the mountains and rivers. Even if they did not deliberately visit any famous mountains, rivers, or holy places, they still felt very free and happy. Mo Xiaoyao looked at Yi Li's relaxed eyebrows and the faint but relaxed smile on her face. He felt very guilty. Over the years, Li's pressure was no less than that of anyone in the Northwest, perhaps even more. All of this was because of him. If she hadn't married him, it would have been easy for Li to live any kind of life she wanted. But because he was trapped in the Northwest, dealing with endless political affairs and facing enemies that seemed to be as many as the world, this was definitely not the life he wanted for Li. He wanted Li to become the most honorable and happiest woman in the world. He wanted her to be able to do whatever she wanted and go wherever she wanted. Sitting in a corner of the inn, Yi looked up at Mo Xiaoyao, who was lost in thought, and asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" Mo Xiaoyao blinked. He looked at Yi Li and whispered, Li, do you like your current life?" Yi Li raised her eyebrows and nodded. "It's not bad." Seeing Mo Xiaoyao's apologetic expression, Yi Li smiled faintly and said, "It's good to have time to go sightseeing. But if you want to travel the world all day like Big Brother, I can't stand it." Yi Li was not lying. She was not a romantic scholar like Su Qingchun, who was deeply attached to mountains and rivers. Sightseeing was a way for her to relax, not to live a normal life. It was easier for her to live a normal life. In essence, Yi Li felt that she was a very tacky person. Even if she wanted to travel the world, Yi Li felt that it should be done when she was at least 40 or 50 years old. Basically, being a Special Forces soldier was a career that required hard work. So when she was young, she should do the things that young people did. Otherwise, what would she do when she was old? Just stare at each other in a daze? I thought that Li liked to live a leisurely life. The busy life these past few years isn't what Li wants, right? Mo Xiaoyao asked. Yi Li was silent for a moment and said, "We've discussed this before. I thought you already understood what I meant. I don't like to fight for power. It's best to live a peaceful life. But in this world, unless I live in seclusion, it won't be easy to live a happy life, right? Moreover, I'm not alone. Even if it wasn't for you, I would still have a husband and children. If my husband wasn't Prince Ding and my son wasn't Prince Ding's heir, then would he still be as safe and carefree as he is now? He might get bullied by others because of his status, and I can't protect him all the time. In addition, compared to retreating to the backyard without freedom, I prefer to walk freely in the open. If you want something, you naturally have to give something. Compared to the freedom I have now, being a bit busy isn't unacceptable, right?" Mo Xiaoyao looked seriously at Yi Li and said, "No matter what Li thinks, I hope that Li doesn't have to worry about anything. As long as it's something that Li wants, there will be someone who will bring the best in the world to Li. But I can't do it." Yi Li helplessly lifted Mo Xiaoyao's face. She saw the sincerity, guilt, helplessness, and grievance in those handsome eyes. She couldn't help but smile and say, "You mean that you want to create a cage made of gold and precious stones to lock me in? Then I'll eat dragon liver and phoenix marrow, wear gold and silver thread, and even use immortal dew to rinse my mouth? Xiaoyao, this isn't what I want. What I want is that no matter where you want to go, no matter how high you want to go, you and I will be able to walk side by side. Do you understand? Anything else?" Mo Xiaoyao looked at her, as if he was waiting for her to ask for more. Li's request was too difficult for many people, but for Mo Xiaoyao, it was too simple. He wanted to give Li Li the best, everything that she wanted. Even if he didn't have it now, he would get in the future, and he would steal it for her. Yi Li tilted her head to look at him. After a while, she smiled and said, "Also, if there's a second woman on this road, don't blame me for kicking you down. There will never be a second Li in this world." Mo Xiaoyao said with a soft sigh. There was only one Li, so there would never be a second woman on their road. After comforting a certain someone who was throwing a tantrum, Yi Li added some of Mo Xiaoyao's favorite vegetables and put them in his bowl, indicating that he should eat. The main hall of the inn was not a good place to talk. Fortunately, the inn was open for business, and there were not many people in the main hall. The two of them sat in the corner, and no one noticed their interaction. While eating, the two of them discussed the journey ahead. A large group of people walked in from the entrance of the inn, each of them carrying a weapon. Just by looking at their clothes, one could tell that they were not ordinary people. The innkeeper quickly went up to greet them, and the main hall became lively. Yi Li frowned and said in a low voice, "Why are there so many Jianghu people in this place?" This was only a small, unknown city in Xiling, and it was rare to see Jianghu people here. Not to mention coming in such a large group like this. Mo Xiao muttered to himself, and looked at those people for a while before saying, "Speaking of which, this year seems to be the martial arts convention that is held every 9 years. Martial arts convention? To choose the chief of the martial arts world? Speaking of the martial arts convention, Yi Li's first impression was to become the chief of the martial arts world. Mo Xiaoyao laughed in a low voice and said, "Yi Li has never liked to pay attention to Jianghu matters. Where did you hear it from? What chief of the martial arts world? The Jianghu is all about the sects and clans. Who would listen to who? Even if he was the world's #1 martial artist, not everyone would listen to him. If the world's #1 martial artist was a loner, then he would not be able to command some small sects and clans, let alone leading a group of heroes. The chief of the martial arts world was just something imagined in those storybooks. I remember now, Prince seemed to have participated in the martial arts convention 18 years ago. So, this so-called convention is a convention for Jianghu people to compete for rankings?" Yi Li quickly remembered. Mo Xiaoyao had obtained the title of one of the world's 4 masters at the martial arts convention 18 years ago. At that time, Mo Xiaoyao was only 14 years old. Mo Xiaoyao was only in his teens, but he had already experienced the 3rd martial arts convention. Of course, Mo Xiaoyao did not participate in the 2nd convention for some reason. "Is this convention held in Xiling? Is Xiaoyao going?" Yi Li smiled and asked, "You didn't participate last time. This time, you might be able to obtain the title of the world's #1 master and go back." Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and smiled. "If Yi Li is interested, then let's go take a look. But forget about the #1 master. The #1 master meant that there would be countless people coming to challenge you and defeat you." Mo Xiaoyao did not think that he had the time to deal with the endless stream of Jianghu masters. If he had the time, he might as well accompany Yi Li to bully Mo Xiaobao. Yi Li smiled and said, "Speaking of which, Prince and Tower Master Ling seem to have an unfinished battle. Do you think we'll run into Tower Master Ling this time?" Mo Xiaoyao frowned. What Yi Li said might really happen. Now that he was healthy and had nothing to do, if he ran into Ling Taihan, he could forget about escaping. Although he also wanted to spar with a master like Ling Taihan, but Ling Taihan might not have the time to pay attention to me, Mo Xiaoyao said with a smile. Yi Li did not understand. Was there a better opponent than Mo Xiaoyao in this world? Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, "There might not be a better opponent, but between an opponent and an enemy, which one do you think Ling Taihan will choose firstly?" "Enemy." Yi Li frowned. She counted the number of masters in the Jianghu that she remembered, and said with some confusion, "Ling Taihan and Lei Jinting have a grudge?" Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, "Yi Li, haven't you noticed that Ling Taihan and Lei Jinting are both masters of Xiling? Logically speaking, their relationship should be better. But all these years, Ling Taihan would rather go to the Chu state to spar with masters than spar with Lei Jinting?" Yi Li raised her eyebrows. Is it not because Lei Jinting's identity is special? No, it's because once they fight, it will definitely be a fight to the death. Before he has the confidence to kill Lei Jinting, Ling Taihan will not make a move, Mo Xiaoyao said calmly. Chapter 532. Excuse me, may I have a table with you? At the door, a scholar in a blue silk robe walked in. He glanced at the hall that was full in the blink of an eye and walked to where Mo Xiaoyao and Yili were sitting. Yili glanced at the lobby. The lobby of the inn wasn't big to begin with. There were only 7 or 8 tables in it, but it was already filled with people. Although there were empty seats, it was indeed a little difficult for such a scholarly person to squeeze in with those valiant and domineering people of the underworld. It was not a big deal. Glancing at Mo Xiaoyao, Yili said lightly, "Go ahead." The scholar felt that the man in front of him was not easy to get along with and did not have much hope. Unexpectedly, the woman in plain clothes agreed so easily. He was stunned for a moment and then hurriedly thanked her. "Thank you, Mississippi." The corner of Yi Li's mouth twitched. She could clearly feel the rising chill of the man beside her. She looked up at the scholar and said, "This is my husband." The scholar looked even more surprised. Yi Li was dressed in plain clothes, and her hair was not tied into a bun like a married woman. Her hair was casually tied up with a silver ribbon. Although she looked like she was 16 or 17 years old, there were many women in West Hill who were still unmarried at 17 years old. He thought that they were a pair of brother and sister traveling together. He did not expect them to be a couple. "I'm really sorry, madam. What's your name?" Mo Xiaoyao looked up at him and frowned slightly. After a while, he said lightly, "In just a moment." The awkwardness and guilt on the scholar's face had completely disappeared. He looked at the two of them as if they were old friends who had known each other for many years. "Brother Yi and Madam are also here to participate in this year's martial arts assembly," Mo Xiaoyao said calmly. "It's not really a participation. We're just here to have fun." The scholar clapped his hands and smiled. "That's great. I also want to have fun. Why don't we go together?" "That's right. I am Rinchining." This time, Yili did not answer. She was indeed not familiar with Jianghu. Other than a few truly famous masters, she did not know of any other strange people. But at least he could see that Rinchining was definitely not an ordinary scholar. Xiling was different from the Dechu state. Xiling was not a place filled with Confucian scholars. It was strange for a scholar to appear in such a place. Moreover, he had dragged them to the martial arts convention to join the fun. Mo Xiaoyao put down his chopsticks and saw that Yili had finished eating. He stood up and pulled Yili away. He said indifferently, "No need. We don't like to be disturbed by outsiders." He didn't care about Rinchining's expression behind him and pulled Yili upstairs to rest. Xiaoyao. In the afternoon, in the inn, Yili sat by the half-open window and read a travel book. The warm sunlight shone on her body, making her feel lazy and not want to move. Being hugged from behind, Yili put down her book and looked sideways at the man behind her. Mo Xiaoyao stood behind Yi Li and leisurely looked at the people coming and going on the street below. Yili thought for a moment and asked, "That Rinchining is probably not an ordinary person." Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head and gently tidied up the messy hair by her ear. He said softly, "He is indeed not simple. But don't worry, there are always strange people in Jianghu. Yili should just go and watch the fun." Yili asked curiously, "How is Rinchining's martial arts?" Yili could only see that Rinchining was not a weak scholar without the strength to truss a chicken, but she could not see the depth of his martial arts. This proved that Rinchining was better than her in terms of martial arts. Mo Xiaoyao frowned. He thought for a moment and said, "In Jianghu, he can at least be ranked in the top 10, maybe even the top 5. I can't see which family he is from." In the end, Mo Xiaoyao was not a person of Jianghu. When Mo Xiaoyao was 14 years old, he shocked the world with his sword and became one of the 4 masters. After that, he spent most of his time and energy on the battlefield. He only knew the general situation of Jianghu. Yili helplessly smiled bitterly and said, "What good luck. Just going out for a walk, and we can meet such an expert." Letting Yili lean on his body, Emo Xiaoyao looked at her and said with a smile, "Don't mind him. If we ruin the fun for such a small matter, we might as well not go to the martial arts convention." "You're not afraid that someone else will take the title of the Four Masters?" Yili asked with a smile. Emo Xiaoyao disdainfully snorted and said, "Even if the title of the top 10 masters is taken by someone else, it doesn't change the fact that I's martial arts are higher than theirs. Not to mention, how many people in this world need I to personally take care of them? Whether I am an expert or not is just a matter of playing around when I was young." Yili leaned on his chest and sighed. Her heart was filled with sorrow and amusement. The title of an expert that the people of Jianghu scrambled for was nothing more than a joke in Emo Xiaoyao's eyes. She did not know what kind of expression those martial arts experts would have if they knew. "I haven't seen the martial arts convention yet. Let's go see what it's like." Yili turned around and said, "Okay, we'll go wherever Li wants to go." Emo Xiaoyao replied. The martial arts convention naturally would not be held in this unknown small town. However, the location was not too far from this small town. It was 200 li away from the small town. It was the fourth largest city in Xiling and Cheng. It was 10 li away from Murong Manor. The next morning, Yi Li and Emo Xiaoyao prepared to leave for Encheng. As soon as they went downstairs, they saw Ren Qining, who was also preparing to pay the bill and leave. Unlike Emo Xiaoyao's indifference, Ren Qining was very happy to see the two of them. Madam Yi, what a coincidence. Are the two of you also preparing to leave?" Emo Xiaoyao pulled Yi Li to pay the bill and walked out, being so brazenly ignored. No matter how elegant Ren Qining was, he couldn't help but stiffen. However, he still caught up. Madam," without waiting for him to finish speaking. Emo Xiaoyao turned around and looked at him for a while before saying, "Young Master Ren, it's rare for me and my wife to go out on a leisurely trip. If you disturb other couples, you'll be kicked by the horse." As a result, Ren Qining, who was stunned, could only look on helplessly as Emo Xiaoyao hugged Yi Li and mounted the horse and left. He couldn't recover for a long time. After leaving the small town, Yi Li couldn't help but laugh when she thought of Ren Qining, who was left behind and looked as if he had swallowed a fly. Emo Xiaoyao leaned on Yi Li's shoulder, while casually controlling the speed and direction of the horse. He laughed softly and said, "Why are you laughing so happily, Madam Li?" Yi Li shook her head repeatedly. Emo Xiaoyao naturally knew why she was laughing and didn't care. He said faintly, "I'm afraid that Ren Qining's scheme isn't small. No matter why he insisted on going with us, we'll always feel uncomfortable with him following us." Yi Li nodded. She also didn't have any intention of going with others. What kind of place is Murong Manor? A famous Jianghu family? Murong Manor was indeed a place that often appeared in wuxia novels. Every time, it was something like Jianghu's 8 great aristocratic families, and so on. If she knew that she was going to get involved in Jianghu, she would have read all the reports about Jianghu from the Dark Department. Chapter 533. Emo Xiaoyao said, "The Murong Manor is not a famous family in Jianghu. It is the richest family in the world." Huh? Yi Li was a bit surprised. The richest family in the world? Yi Li had seen rich people before. Feng Jiao's Feng family was one of the 4 richest families in the Chu state, but they did not dare to call themselves the richest family in the world. Then how rich was the Murong family? How does it compare to the Feng family? Emo Xiaoyao said, "Even 5 Feng families may not be able to compare to the Murong family's wealth." Even though she was mentally prepared, Yi Li was still a bit shocked. Emo Xiaoyao calmly explained, "The Murong family and the Su family are the same. They are both famous families that have been around for hundreds of years. However, they're different from the Su family. The Su family is a scholarly family, while the Murong family is a business family. Therefore, their status has always been inferior to the Su family. When Shi Ling and the Chu state were still one, the Murong family was already the richest family in the world. Rumor has it that they have 3 mysterious gold veins in their hands. For many years, Whether it was the Emperor Shiling's family or even the Dechu state's southern Zhao and northern tribes, they all wanted to obtain these veins, but no one succeeded. Rich enough to rival a country. For such a Murong family to be able to establish themselves in Xiling for so long, they must have something to rely on, Yili said. Although the status of merchants was the lowest among scholars, farmers, businessmen. However, when it came to food, clothing, housing, wealth, oil, and salt, how could it be separated from business? Since ancient times, those who were truly rich enough to rival a country did not have a good ending. Mo Xiaoyao said, when Xiling was founded, the Murong family helped. After Xiling was established, the Murong family naturally received great benefits. Xiling's business has always been less prosperous than the Dechu state. One of the reasons is that the Murong family controls nearly 60% of Xiling's shops. Yili nodded. One family could control 60% of country's business. Under such a monopoly, it was no wonder that Xiling's business was not doing well. If business wasn't easy to do, it would naturally be difficult for business to develop. After thinking for a bit, Yili smiled and said, "So you're saying that the Emperor of Xiling's family has long disliked the Murong family?" Mo Xiaoyao nodded in agreement and smiled. "That's right. But even so, the Emperor of Xiling doesn't dare to rashly attack the Murong family. Firstly, the Murong family was a businessman, unlike the Princeton mansion. If they were forced into a corner, no matter which country they sided with, the blow to West Hill would be fatal. In addition, it was said that the Murong family had an extremely powerful expert. Unfortunately, no one has ever seen this expert before. If we provoke him and he decides to fight to the death, regardless of whether it's the Emperor of Xiling or Jinnum of Gojoseon, both of them only have one life. Even Jinnum of Gojoseon isn't a match for him." Yili was shocked. Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head and looked at her with a smile. Although the Jianghu martial art competitions have created the titles of the 4 great experts, the true experts of this world all live in seclusion. There are also many experts of the older generation who have already retired into the mountains and forests. But if they truly fight, not to mention martial arts, just based on experience, how can a younger generation compare to them? The Murong family is the wealthiest in the world, but for so many years, no one has ever dared to cause trouble or steal anything from the Murong family. Therefore, the saying that there's an expert overseeing the family is somewhat credible. Is the prince very interested in that mysterious expert? Yili asked when she saw that Mo Xiaoyao's eyes were brighter than usual. Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and said, "I can't say if I'm interested or not. If I really meet him, I'll naturally go all out. If I don't meet him, I won't have any regrets." If the young Mo Xiaoyao knew that there was such a mysterious expert, he would definitely go and challenge him. But the current Mo Xiaoyao wouldn't. He is the ruler of the Northwest, responsible for the safety of hundreds of thousands of Mahist army and the people of the Northwest. He is Yi Li's husband and Mo Xiaobao's father. He has to protect their safety and give them a stable and peaceful home. If he really has no choice but to meet that mysterious expert, he can only go all out and fight. If there isn't, then it's not worth it to look for trouble. He is different from Ling Taihan, who wholeheartedly pursues martial arts. What kind of people does the Murong family have? I haven't heard of anyone with the surname Murong in the Western Tomb. Even if she doesn't understand Jianghu, Yili still has a certain understanding of the Northwest. It's reasonable to say that with the Murong family's reputation, she shouldn't have missed it. Mo Xiaoyao smiled indifferently and said, "The peak of prosperity is bound to decline. The Murong family has been prosperous for hundreds of years and doesn't have the Su family to hide their strength and bide their time. Naturally, they also have to pay some price. The previous generation's Murong families had originally had 3 sons and 4 daughters. One of the sons and 1 daughter died when they reached adulthood. Of the 2 sons who survived, the more talented one was called Murong Hui. But when he was 23 years old, he died inexplicably. There was another son who was sick since childhood and died before he was 30 years old. He left behind a son and a daughter. Unfortunately, the son was born an idiot. The Murong family's head was worried that the brothers of the side branches would steal his grandson's property and status. So he ruthlessly killed all the brothers and descendants of the side branches, who knew that the idiot fell into the pond and died when he was 9 years old. Because of this matter, the Murong family's head's vitality was greatly damaged. It is said that he hasn't seen outsiders for many years. It's natural that Yi Li doesn't know. Yi Li's heart moved and asked, "Doesn't that mean that in the future, the Murong family's property will belong to the only remaining Miss Murong? How old is that Miss Murong this year?" Mo Xiaoyao was startled. He thought for a moment and said, "It is said that the Murong family's head's granddaughter was 3 years younger than the idiot who died prematurely. She should be 17 or 18 years old this year." Yi Li pursed her lips and smiled. She turned her head to look at Mo Xiaoyao and said with a smile, "I don't know why. Why do I feel that this martial arts convention has something to do with that Miss Murong?" Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head and leaned against Yi Li's forehead. He laughed in a low voice. "Even if it has something to do with her, it has nothing to do with us. What Yi Li says, isn't that right?" Yi Li blinked her eyes and said, "The Murong family's wealth is comparable to that of a country. Prince, are you really not moved?" Mo Xiaoyao helplessly sighed and said, "There is no other way. Who told I to marry a princess who, although not as rich as a country, is more precious than a mountain of gold and the Milky Way? Therefore, I don't have the life to touch the Murong family's wealth." Yi Li narrowed her eyes and looked at him. She wanted to make an angry appearance, but she couldn't help but want to laugh. "Prince, are you very regretful?" Mo Xiaoyao shook his head. "Yi Li and gold cannot have both. I will only give up gold and marry Yi Li." According to what Yi Li said, if it is really like this, then this year's martial arts convention will be very lively. Let's quickly go and see the excitement. But if the Murong family really wants to choose a husband for their granddaughter, why would they choose the martial arts convention? Most influential and famous people wouldn't go there, right? Could it be that the Murong family only wants to choose a person with strong martial arts? Who knows? Won't we know once we go and see? The wild horse caught from Nanzhao was not inferior to a precious treasure horse. It only took them half a day to travel 200 li. Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li directly entered in city. And city was the 4th largest city in Xiling. The two naturally did not have to suffer and found the best inn in the city to stay. This year's martial arts convention was indeed different from the previous ones. Although it was not time yet, the various inns in the city were already full of people. Not only were there Jianghu people, there were also many rich merchants and even influential people. The best rooms in the inn that Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao stayed and were all full. The two of them could only stay in the second-rate earth room. Chapter 534. Originally, with Mo Xiaoyao's status, he didn't need to squeeze into an inn with other people. Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao had been sightseeing for more than a month, and they had only taken remote paths, so they didn't know that the Murong family had already sent out invitations to all the heroes in the world to participate in the martial arts convention. As Prince Ding, Mo Xiaoyao was naturally among them, and the invitations were sent to Li City in the northwest. Everyone who received the invitations had their accommodations arranged by the Murong family. For this reason, the Murong family had specially set aside a courtyard for these heroes to temporarily stay in. Mo Xiaoyao had no intention of participating in this martial arts convention, so he naturally wouldn't reveal his identity and go to the Murong family. He could only bring Yi Li to stay in an inn. And city's Qingyuan Inn was one of the best inns in the entire city. Those who could stay here were naturally rich and powerful, and there were also some outstanding disciples of famous sects in Jianghu. Yi Li curiously looked at the well-dressed travelers coming and going. She tilted her head and asked Mo Xiaoyao, who was leisurely drinking tea, "Is every martial arts convention this formal?" Mo Xiaoyao curled his lips and said, "How is that possible? Most of the time, It's just a few experts from the previous convention who have arranged a place to compete. Once the news is released, the people of Jianghu will naturally go and join in the fun. The convention I went to was an exception. Ling Taihan went to challenge Jinnum of Gojoseon. I just happened to be playing nearby and went to join in the fun. I accidentally got into a fight. Speaking of which, the only person who actually participated in that convention was Mu Qing-song. The so-called martial arts convention was actually so casual. Yili felt a bit disillusioned. However, this also proved how attractive the Mu Rong family was to the world. Downstairs, a few young and handsome youths disagreed and started fighting. Downstairs was suddenly in chaos. Yili coldly looked at the people below as they fought back and forth, wanting to kill each other. She didn't have the slightest intention of interfering. Not long after, the victor was decided. The loser's hand strength was severed, and he would never be able to practice the sword again. The winner was naturally proud of himself. He laughed contemptuously and said, "You should take a look at yourself. How dare you covet Miss Moreau?" His words immediately made it clear that these people were not here for the so-called martial arts assembly, but for Lady Moreau, or rather, for the Moreau family. Before he could finish being complacent, a hidden weapon shot out of nowhere and hit his chest. The youth who was still complacent a moment ago immediately fell to the ground. Who would release such an idiot to harm others and themselves? Yili frowned and said softly. The fight below was started by the youth who had been hit by the hidden weapon. He had crippled the other's hand, but he had also lost his life. That is Sun Jianhui, the eldest son of the famous Sun family of Dechu State. A refined and smiling voice sounded from behind. Yili turned around and saw Ren Qining smiling as he stood at the top of the stairs looking at the two people through the window. Meeting Ren Qining again at the same inn, Yili wasn't too surprised. However, this also proved that this young master Ren wasn't as harmless as he appeared to be. His family background was definitely not ordinary. However, this wasn't enough to make Mo Xiaoyao and Yili take him seriously. To put it bluntly, in this world, other than the imperial family of each country, no one else had the qualifications to make Mo Xiaoyao pay attention to them. Therefore, when he saw Ren Qining, Mo Xiaoyao's attitude was still cold and distant. Young Master Ren was a bit gloomy about this. He had always been high and mighty since he was young. In addition, his warm and gentle appearance made people unconsciously feel close to him. Who would have thought that there would be such a stubborn person? If it wasn't too rude, Ren Qining would have asked Mo Xiaoyao if he had offended him in any way. Are you also here to participate in the martial arts convention?" Ren Qining didn't seem to notice Mo Xiaoyao's cold attitude and laughed loudly. His voice wasn't soft, so when he said this, most of the people on the second floor focused their attention on Mo Xiaoyao. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and hostility. After all, not to mention Mo Xiaoyao's hidden identity and martial arts. Just his handsome appearance alone was enough to make most men hostile to him. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyelids, as if he didn't notice the hostile gazes of the crowd. He smiled faintly. "We just happened to pass by. My wife wanted to join the fun. But, with young Master Ren's status, you should be staying in the Murong family's courtyard. Why are you also here at the inn?" Hearing this, the hostility in the crowd immediately disappeared. Wasn't it true? There was a beautiful and elegant woman sitting next to this handsome young master. Although she wasn't as rich as the Murong family, this woman was still beautiful and graceful. Her temperament was outstanding, and it was obvious that she came from a scholarly family. The Murong family's young miss might not be able to surpass this woman in terms of appearance and temperament. Maybe this young master only liked beauties and not money? On the other hand, the young master wearing the blue silk robe was also outstanding. It was obvious that he came from an extraordinary background. Most importantly, he was still single. Ren Qining's eyes flashed, and he smiled. "Brother Yi is joking. With my status, how could I be qualified to stay in the Murong family's courtyard? I'm just here to join the fun, like Brother Yi." "Is it convenient for me to sit with you?" Mo Xiaoyao declined to comment. Ren Xining took it as an agreement and sat down across from the two. As they drank tea, Imo Xiaoyao didn't want to talk to Ren Xining. The atmosphere at the table was a bit cold. Yili picked up the teacup and took a sip. She casually said, "The martial arts convention this time is a bit strange. Wasn't it said that the previous martial arts conventions were set by the experts from the previous convention? Could it be that the experts chose the Murong family's martial arts competition this time? Generally, the experts would choose a more remote and famous mountain. It was said that the most powerful person chose the peak of the snowy mountain in the north of the Western Tomb. That time, the number of participants was the least because many people couldn't even reach the peak of the snowy mountain." Ren Xining smiled and said, "Madam, do you know who the top 4 experts in Jianghu are?" Yili nodded and said, "I've heard a little about them." Ren Xining smiled and said, "Speaking of which, these 4 aren't experts from the previous convention. They are experts from the convention before that. In fact, the previous martial arts convention couldn't be held at all." Yili asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Ren Xining said, "During the previous martial arts convention, Prince Ding couldn't participate because of his injury. Pavilion Master Ling of the Yanwang Chamber also couldn't participate because of Prince Ding's absence. The Jinnam King of Gojoseon of Western Tomb was busy with state affairs, so Mu Qingtsong was the only expert in that convention. However, none of the people who went to challenge Mu Qingtsong could beat him or even tie with him. The martial arts convention, which was supposed to last 3 days, ended in half a day." Yili glanced at Imo Xiaoyao secretly and smiled. "There's such a thing?" Ren Xining sighed and said, "Isn't that so? Seriously speaking, the ranking of the experts in Jianghu hasn't changed for 18 years. Naturally, there are many rising stars who can't help but want to try their skills. What does this have to do with the Murong family?" Yili raised her eyebrows and asked. The Murong family was a merchant family and had nothing to do with the people of Jianghu. Chapter 535. Ren Xining smiled and said, "Madam may not know, but there is a legend in the Murong family that there is a mysterious master, the #1 master in the world 50 years ago, Murong Xiong." Yili did not hide her confusion. She did not even know much about the masters of the present age, let alone the #1 master 50 years ago. Imo Xiaoyao clearly knew something about this person and was very interested. "Murong Xiong is still alive?" Ren Xining's eyes flashed with a trace of deep thought. She looked at Imo Xiaoyao and said, "That is the rumor, but no one has seen him. This martial arts convention was convened in the name of Murong Xiong. It is said that the martial arts in Jianghu are in decline. Senior Murong wants to see the younger masters of the world. Maybe he wants to accept a disciple." On the other hand, Ren Xining looked at the two with a smile and said, "The only descendant of the Murong family, the second miss of the Murong family, is 17 years old. It is said that Senior Murong wants to find a reliable husband for his family's younger generation." Young Master Ren is really well informed. Imo Xiaoyao heard the news he wanted, and his attitude immediately returned to its previous indifference. Ren Xining also knew that she had said too much. She smiled faintly and did not say anything. "Why are they here?" Yili glanced at the crowd on the street below and frowned. Imo Xiaoyao raised his head and looked down. There were a few familiar faces in the crowd. Imo Jingli, Lei Tingfeng, and most importantly, Su Qingchen. Ren Xining naturally saw a few outstanding people in the crowd. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Madam knows them?" Yili shook her head and said, "I can't say I know them. I have met young Master Qingchen a few times. There is also Jinnam of Gojoseon. I have seen him in Nanzhao. Young Master Ren doesn't know them? These people were definitely the most famous young talents in the world. It would be too fake to say that she did not know them." Ren Xining smiled and said, "This one has seen young Master Lei and Princely a few times, but this is the first time I have seen young Master Qingchen. He is indeed an extremely elegant person. It was no wonder he saw them here. They had all attended Princess Anqi's wedding and coronation ceremony in Nanzhao. They must have come directly to the martial arts circle assembly. It was just that Prince Ding and Princess Consort had returned to the northwest in advance. Would they come? If Prince Ding also comes, then this year's Martial Arts Society assembly will be really lively. Young Master Qingshun is not a martial artist, Yili said. Ren Xining smiled and said, this is not a serious martial arts assembly. With young Master Qingshun's reputation, even if he has no strength to truss a chicken, he is still much stronger than ordinary masters. But I'm afraid that young Master Qingshun may not fancy the young lady of the Morong family. Yili agreed with Ren Xining's comment in her heart. Not to mention Su Qingshun, eldest uncle and eldest aunt, would probably not agree to this marriage. Although the Su family was not an arrogant family, the gap between a merchant family and a scholarly family was more important than the so-called gap between the rich and the poor in the eyes of the Su family. The Su family would rather marry a girl from a poor scholar's family than marry a merchant's daughter. If the merchant's family was kind and charitable, then so be it. However, the Morong family was so rich that they could rival a country. It could be said that they monopolized half of Shiling's commerce. Thus, the Su family did not fancy them at all. Therefore, the Su family's choice of daughter-in-law was, to some extent, stricter than the emperor's choice of concubine. The emperor needed the merchant's money, so the merchant's daughter could enter the palace as a concubine. However, the Su family did not need it, so they did not need to marry a merchant's daughter. Although she had been anxious about her brother's marriage, Yili really did not have any thoughts about it this time. Late at night, Su Qingshun sat alone in the side room of the inn and drank tea. Although he had also received an invitation from the Morong family, Su Qingshun did not stay in the courtyard prepared by the Morong family like Imo, Jingli, and Leitingfeng. Instead, he found a good inn in a city to stay. A slight sound came from the window. Imo Xiaoyao turned his head to look at the window and said with a smile, "You are indeed here." Yi Li and Imo Xiaoyao stood in front of the window and looked at Su Qingshun, who seemed to have been waiting for them to come. They smiled and said, "Big brother, you have worked hard these days." Su Qingshun casually drank tea and said with a faint smile, "Liu knows that big brother has worked hard. When she was running away with the prince, she was very straightforward." Yili looked apologetically at Su Qingshun. She had nothing to say. Imo Xiaoyao could not bear for his beloved wife to be wronged. He pulled Yili over to sit across from Su Qingshun and said, "The matter of Nanzhao is not difficult for you. Besides, if we were here, it would be more inconvenient for you to deal with it." Su Qingshun smiled faintly and picked up the teapot to pour a cup of tea for Yi Li and Imo Xiaoyao. Yili let out a sigh of relief. Big brother was not angry. Su Qingshun looked at Imo Xiaoyao with a faint smile and said, "Speaking of which, Prince really has trouble coming to him wherever he goes. Isn't this a sightseeing trip? How did you come to the martial arts convention? And this seems to be Miss Murong's matchmaking convention. Is it really okay for you to bring Lier here?" Imo Xiaoyao gritted his teeth. He wanted to slap Su Qingshun to death. Would it kill you not to drive a wedge between them? But Yili was right in front of him, so he could only smile appropriately and look at Su Qingshun kindly. "Brother Qingshun, please don't think too much. Miss Li and I are just a normal couple who came to join in the fun. But Brother Qingshun, I heard that Miss Murong's looks are not ordinary. Brother Qingshun is not young anymore and should consider marriage. After all, when you're old, people will dislike you. Most importantly, Miss Murong's dowry is generous. Brother Qingshun, why don't you marry her and make a contribution to the Northwest's economy?" Su Qingshun's expression was calm as he said calmly, "This one seems to have heard that I don't like women. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Prince." Yili felt helpless. These two people could never coexist peacefully when they were together. Should she be glad that her big brother did not know martial arts, and Imo Xiaoyao did not have the habit of attacking people who did not know martial arts? Otherwise, these two people would not just be mocking each other. She was afraid that they would start fighting as soon as they met. "Big brother, why did you come to join the fun?" Yili calmly changed the topic. Su Qingshun looked at her with a faint smile and said, "Prince Li and Heir Genom of Gojoseon warmly invited me. I couldn't refuse, so I came." Yili blinked, her eyes filled with disbelief. Would there be something that young Master Qingshan could not refuse? If he was not willing, even if you were 10 times or 100 times more enthusiastic, he could still push you away in the blink of an eye. Big brother, is there a problem with this martial arts convention? Yili asked with a frown. Su Qingshan looked at Mo Xiaoyao and said, Prince, what do you know about Murong family's mysterious expert? Mo Xiaoyao pondered for a moment and said, It can't be considered mysterious. Murong Xiong is the only person in Murong family who did not do business but practice martial arts. It is said that he did not like doing business since he was young, so he was not valued by Murong family. I know that when he was 18, he made a name for himself in Jianghu. When he was 20, there was a famous sect in Jianghu that caused trouble for Murong family. The family of the Emperor of Xiling also had the intention of looting a burning house. Murong Xiong single-handedly massacred the entire family that was looking for trouble overnight. Not a single person was left alive. Because he was too vicious and merciless, his reputation in Jianghu was not good. From time to time, there were various forces that came to Murong family to provoke them, but they were all defeated by Murong Xiong. When Murong Xiong was 30 years old, he won the title of the world's #1 expert. After that, he was invincible for 3 consecutive sessions until he suddenly disappeared a year before the 4th martial arts convention. After that, no one in Jianghu saw him again. Many people said that he was already dead, but those who went to provoke Murong family also died very ugly deaths. Among them were 2 of the 4 experts after Murong Xiong. So, in these years, very few people in Jianghu dare to go to Murong family to cause trouble. So, is it really Murong Xiong this time? Chapter 536. Su Qingshan nodded and took out a glittering golden invitation, placing it in front of the 2. Murong Xiong's name was written on the invitation. Mo Xiaoyao took the invitation and looked at it for a long time. He frowned and said, Murong Xiong is the uncle of the current Murong family's head. He should be at least 80 years old. What is he trying to do by jumping out at this time? Who knows? Maybe it's just as everyone guessed. He wants to find a suitable husband for Miss Murong so that the Murong family doesn't have a successor. Su Qingshan didn't care much about this. If it weren't for the fact that Mo Jing, Li Lei, and Tung Feng were all here, and even Chu Jing was interested, Su Qingshan wouldn't have made this trip. Although the Su family and the Prince Ding mansion didn't care about the Murong family's property, if such a large amount of property was given to someone who shouldn't have it, it would be troublesome. Mo Xiaoyao coldly snorted, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Gathering all the heroes in the world for him to choose from, Murong Xiong thinks too highly of the Murong family. Su Qingshan smiled faintly, but there are still many people rushing like a flock of ducks. From the Su family's point of view, this kind of arrogant behavior was inferior. Naturally, they wouldn't put them in their eyes. Mo Xiaoyao nodded. He looked at Su Qingshan and said sincerely, Like before, I'll have to trouble Big Brother again. Su Qingshan was speechless. He could see, when Mo Xiaoyao had something to ask of him, he was the big brother. When there was nothing to do, he was Brother Qingshan, Young Master Qingshan, or Young Master Su. You're not going to participate? Su Qingshan asked. Mo Xiaoyao smiled. If it's just a simple martial arts convention, I might be able to exchange a few blows with Ling Taihan. I don't think Ling Taihan will participate in this kind of thing, so I don't have to show up. When the day comes, I'll go with Miss Li to join in the fun. You can do everything as you see fit. Do you think I'm worried about Big Brother? If eldest young Master Su really wanted to do something, he would definitely be so considerate that others would feel ashamed of their own inferiority. Since Su Qingshan had come along, it meant that he had taken this matter to heart. Naturally, Mo Xiaoyao was happy to let it go. Su Qingshan looked at Mo Xiaoyao, who spoke calmly without any reluctance. In the end, she nodded. No matter how shamelessly Mo Xiaoyao tried to shirk responsibility, at least he was absolutely serious and sincere towards Li Er. Not just anyone could resist the temptation of the Murong family's property. It should be known that even the national treasuries of various countries may not have as much money as the Murong family's property. What did it mean to be as rich as a country? The Murong family is the one with real wealth that can rival a country. Mo Xiaoyao was willing to reject the opportunity to join the Murong family for Li Er. Based on this point alone, Su Qingshan was willing to settle this matter for him. After chatting with Su Qingshan for a while, Mo Xiaoyao finally pulled Yi Li to leave after seeing that the sky was already dark. Before leaving, he said, "We'll be staying at the Qingyuan Inn in the city. If there's anything, just send someone to find me." Su Qingshan nodded and sent them out. At this time, in a secluded room in the backyard of the Qingyuan Inn, Ren Xining stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back and looked at the scenery outside. This was an independent courtyard. There were only 3 such courtyards in the entire Qingyuan Inn, and they were much better and more expensive than the heavenly rooms. When Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li could only stay in the earth room, Ren Xining was able to stay in this kind of courtyard. It could be seen that it was very extraordinary. "You lost them." Ren Xining turned around and looked at the middle-aged man standing at the door. His face no longer had its original cultured and refined appearance. His handsome face was dyed with coldness and displeasure. The middle-aged man at the door couldn't help but tremble. He said in a trembling voice, "Young master, please forgive us. That Yi and Madame Ye's skills are very inferior. Our people just followed them for a while, and then they disappeared." Ren Xining's brows were tightly knitted, but he didn't blame him. After all, even he couldn't see the depth of that young man's martial arts. It was natural that his people couldn't follow him. "Have you found out their identities?" The middle-aged man's face paled. These 2 people seemed to have suddenly appeared in that small town. This subordinate is incompetent and couldn't find out where they came from. I also couldn't find out their identities. Trash. Wait, their surname is Yi? Ren Xining said thoughtfully. The middle-aged man carefully asked, "Young master, have you thought of something?" Ren Xining said in a low voice, "I remember that Prince Ding's princess consort is also surnamed Yi. In this world, there weren't many people who had that kind of martial arts at this age, so he couldn't help but be suspicious." The middle-aged man hesitated and said, "Prince Ding has a head of white hair, and these 2 people's appearance seems to be slightly different from the Prince Ding and Princess Ding we got. Also, this subordinate received news that Prince Ding and Princess Ding have indeed reneged on their promise to go to Glass City." Ren Xining's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. That man and woman really weren't Prince Ding and his wife? Then when did such a couple appear in the martial arts world? Most importantly, why did they appear at this time? Go and investigate again. We must find out their identities before the martial arts convention. Ren Xining said. This subordinate obeys. Chapter 537. With Su Qingshan keeping an eye on its city and the Murong family situation, Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao were even more relaxed. Every day, Mo Xiaoyao would drag Yi Li to wander around the city, aimlessly as if they were a couple who were bored to pass the time before the martial arts convention. This made the people who were sent to follow them extremely depressed. They couldn't see anything wrong with this young couple. Even though the man was a little more handsome, and his martial arts were a little higher, and the woman was a little more beautiful, and seemed to be more outstanding than the average noble lady, it had nothing to do with their master at all. They couldn't understand why their master was so insistent that these 2 people were dangerous. After following them for 2 days, they still couldn't find anything wrong with these 2 people. Even Ren Xining was embarrassed to send people to follow them. He could only withdraw the people who were following Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li. When they left the room, Yi Li was surprised to find that there was no one following them. They left so quickly. Mo Xiaoyao said lightly, "He's a smart person. Since he can't find out who we are, it won't look good for anyone if he continues to follow us." Yi Li frowned and said, "Big brother, do you have any information on Ren Xining's background?" Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and said, "I can't find anything. This person and the power behind him shouldn't have appeared in Jianghu or among the nobles of various countries. Otherwise, there should be some clues. But it's okay. This is Shiling's territory. This person appeared in Shiling. Even if there was a headache, it should be Lei Jinting. Your big brother has already sent people to remind Lei Jinting and Lei Tingfeng. Let's see their reaction first. Yili nodded. If Ren Qining didn't think he was smart and sent people to follow them, Yili wouldn't have had any interest in this person. Since Mo Xiaoyao knew what was going on, Yili couldn't be bothered to care. In the past few days, they had been wandering around in and out of the city. Although there was an annoying tail following behind them, they still learned a lot of news. Although the Murong family was not well known in the northwest and Chu state, and city was less than 10 miles away from the Murong family, it could be said that the entire city was within the Murong family's sphere of influence. Naturally, there was no need to talk about the Murong family. It was said that Miss Murong was as beautiful as a flower, and her temperament was gentle and kind. His reputation in the city was extremely good. In the hearts of many people, he was like a living bodhisattva. It was said that on the first day of every month, Miss Murong would go to Jiaoning Temple outside the city to burn incense and pray for her grandfather. Coincidentally, it was the first day of the first lunar month. Even if the martial arts tournament was about to begin, it did not seem to have caused the Murong clan lady to change her habit. Hence, there were very few martial artists who received the news early on. The nobles and heroes did not even have time to eat breakfast before they all rushed to Jiaoning Temple. It made the city, which had been crowded and bustling for the past few days, much quieter. Since Mo Xiaoyao and Yili had come to join in on the fun, they naturally could not avoid going to Jiaoning Temple to join in on the grand occasion. After the two of them finished their breakfast, they leisurely made their way out of the city. When they arrived at Jiaoning Temple, they saw that it was filled with people. If outsiders who were unaware of the situation were to see this, they would definitely marvel at the flourishing incense in Jiaoning Temple. Although there were too many people, fortunately, Jiaoning Temple itself was still a place worth visiting, especially the secluded mountain behind the temple. The scenery was picturesque. The people who had come all crowded in front of the temple, wanting to see Miss Murong's beautiful face. At this time, the back of the temple was especially quiet and free. Mo Xiaoyao and Yili held hands as they strolled along the small path in the back of the temple. The faint noise from the distance made the back of the temple seem even more deserted. Thinking of the people who were eagerly waiting, Yili could not help but chuckle softly. Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head to look at her. What is Miss Li laughing about? Yili raised her head to look at his expression. She held back her laughter and said, I'm wondering if Mo Jingli and Lei Tingfeng are among those people. Also, if Prince is also waiting with those people, what would happen? Mo Xiaoyao gave a displeased snort. Master Prince Ding had been arrogant his entire life. It had always been others who were eagerly waiting for him. When had he ever waited for others? Other than Miss Li, who else in this world is worth waiting for? Yili helplessly rolled her eyes. She felt somewhat immune to Prince Mo's sweet words. As they chatted, Mo Xiaoyao's gaze focused. He raised his head to look ahead. Then he picked up Yi Li's doppelganger and walked up the small path to land on an old tree covered in green vines. Mo Xiaoyao's actions did not shock Yili. She leaned in Mo Xiaoyao's arms and looked in the direction he was looking. A while later, she heard the clear sounds of conversation. A group of people slowly walked down the mountain. Yili looked around. There were more than 10 strong men and women holding swords and sabers. They were protecting a young girl in a light purple robe. Beside her were 6 young girls in green robes dressed as maids and 2 mamas. With a glance, Yili could see that the purple robe the young girl wore was the water cloud satin, the head of the 3 treasures of Nanjiao. The gauze covering the robe was hibiscus muslin. The people of Nanjiao considered blue and white to be the noblest. Therefore, the water cloud satin of the 3 treasures of Nanjiao was more simple in color and did not produce dark purple. Thus, this water cloud satin was not a tribute from Nanjiao. Other than Nanjiao, No one else in the world could make such high-quality satin as the water cloud satin. Therefore, this purple water cloud satin could only be made by themselves. In other words, someone had long grasped the most precious secret of Nanzhao. Once they produced large amounts of water cloud satin, it would be a great fortune. But the world had never heard of any place outside of Nanzhao that had water cloud satin. Then it was likely that they did not care about this business. Looking at the young girl's jade hairpins, pearls, and gems, they were all of the highest quality. Her attire was something that even an imperial princess would not have, much less a commoner. Without even thinking about it, Yili had already guessed who the girl who was being protected in the middle of the crowd was. "Miss, there are many people outside the mountain gates. Let's go out the side door," the mamas beside the young girl in purple suggested softly. While there were not many people here, that was because those people thought that Miss had not come yet. They did not know that they had already gone up the mountain before dawn. If they went out the main door now, they would probably disturb Mississippi. The young girl in purple smiled faintly and said, "Mama's Sue, don't worry. Those people are all heroes of the world who came to participate in the martial arts convention. Presumably, they would not be so ignorant of the rules." "That's right. Miss is right. Those people can't wait to curry favor with Mississippi. Who would dare to offend Miss?" The maid beside the young girl in purple smiled and said, "Family head and grand uncle said that they would choose the most outstanding man in the world to be Miss's husband. They also want to let those people know that our Miss is not only the Miss of the richest family, but also a great beauty capable of causing the downfall of the city." "What nonsense are you saying? Be careful that Grandpa will discipline you when we go back," the young girl in purple reprimanded. The pair of watery eyes that were exposed outside the light purple veil carried a faint smile. Clearly, she did not have any intention of blaming. The maid knew that her Miss was always kind and was not afraid. She giggled and said, "Miss is the kindest. She would not let Master punish Luer." The young girl in purple sighed softly and said, "Forget it. Quickly go back so that Grandpa and Granduncle won't worry." Chapter 538. Miss is right. The group of people chatted as they walked further and further away. Only then did Mo Xiaoyao hug Yili and land on the small path again. Yili looked at the small path that had already disappeared and thought for a while. She smiled and said, "It seems that our luck isn't bad. We didn't have to squeeze with those people, and we were able to see Miss Mu Rong first." Mo Xiaoyao gave an indifferent humph. It was clear that he didn't care. Yili helplessly poked him and said, "I don't believe that you didn't see it, Prince." Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head to look at her and said with a smile, "See what?" Yili said that Miss Mu Rong, the dark patterns on her clothes and the hairpin on her head are all phoenix patterns. It seems that Miss Mu Rong really likes phoenixes. In Xiling and Chu State, where the culture and customs were similar, not everyone could use phoenix patterns. With Yi Li's status, no one could control what pattern she liked to use. However, when she was still in the Chu capital, Yili herself rarely used phoenix patterns, especially the dark patterns on Miss Mu Rong's clothes. It didn't look conspicuous, but it couldn't escape Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao's eyes. That was the nine-tailed phoenix pattern, the true totem of the king of birds. Just based on this point, it was enough to prove that the Mu Rong family and Miss Mu Rong's thoughts were not normal. Playing to the gallery, Missy doesn't need to care about what they do. Mo Xiaoyao silently said. He held Yi Li's waist with one hand and continued to lead her to the top of the mountain. The scenery behind Zhaoning Temple was beautiful. There were often tourists who came to burn incense and play on the mountain. Therefore, the temple specially built a pavilion on the top of the mountain for people to rest. When the two of them reached the top of the mountain, they saw that there were already people in the pavilion. Ling Taian was chatting with Lung Luiyue and sickly scholar in the pavilion when he heard footsteps. He turned around and was surprised to see Mo Xiaoyao and Yili. He paused for a moment before saying, "Prince Ding? Princess Ding?" Mo Xiaoyao and Yili were originally just in disguise, so those who had never seen them before would have a hard time connecting them to each other. However, those who knew them would definitely recognize them. Mo Xiaoyao didn't avoid them either. He helped Yili up the last step and smiled at the three of them. Pavilion Master Ling, it is a pleasure to meet you. Ling Taian was in a good mood when he saw Mo Xiaoyao's expression. He laughed loudly and said, "It is indeed a pleasure to meet you. I originally thought that Prince Ding wouldn't be able to come this year. He didn't expect to meet her here. How is it? Will Prince be able to fulfill the promise of a martial arts competition that he owed a few years ago?" Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and smiled at Ling Taihan. Pavilion Master really wants to fight with I at this time? When the time comes for the martial arts competition. Just now, I saw that Lady Murong was a heavenly beauty. Is Pavilion Master not moved in the slightest? If the two of them were to fight with all their might and still be able to participate in the martial arts competition, then it would only mean that the two of them were just being perfunctory. Ling Taihan sneered. His eyes flashed with contempt as he said indifferently, "She's just a little girl who thinks she's smart." This Pavilion Master didn't come for the Murong family. Although Ling Taihan was the head of the assassins, his personality was steady and resolute. He rarely expressed his dissatisfaction in front of others. It was unknown what Lady Murong had done to provoke him. I originally wanted to find Lei Jinting, but since I met you here, Lei Jinting doesn't count for much. How about it? Prince Ding, can you teach me a thing or two? Ling Taihan said openly. Although he wanted to find trouble with Lei Jinting could go at any time, but this Mo Xiaoyao wasn't someone who could fight with him at any time. In the past few years, Ling Taihan had faintly felt that his cultivation had stagnated. It was obvious that he had reached a bottleneck. If he could fight with an expert like Mo Xiaoyao, perhaps he would be able to comprehend something and advance to the next level. Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head to look at Yili. Yili smiled faintly and patted his arm before letting him go. She retreated a few steps back into the pavilion. Ling Taian walked out first. Mo Xiaoyao said with a smile, "Since it's like this, I also have a chance to experience Pavilion Master Ling's skills." In the gazebo, Yili only nodded at Lung Luyue and Sickly Scholar. The three of them were staring at the two people outside the gazebo. At this moment, they did not have the time to greet and chat. Ling Taian was dressed in blue. Compared to a few years ago, his bearing was even more steady and grand. In terms of age, Ling Taian was already over 40 years old. However, his profound inner strength made him look like a 30-year-old man. A cold light flashed, and an ancient long sword fell into Ling Taian's hand. On the mountain peak, the blue-clothed man stood with his sword. He was like Mount Tai. His aura was majestic and it was very eye-catching. Mo Xiaoyao was also dressed in ordinary white. His black hair was like clouds, and there was a faint smile on his lips. It was clear that he was in a good mood to fight with Ling Taihan. His eyes flashed, and a snowy light flashed in front of him. Mo Xiaoyao's hand was a bright and cold soft sword. Different from Ling Taihan's ancient bronze heavy sword, Mo Xiaoyao's soft sword was as thin as a cicada's wing. With a flick of his wrist, the blade trembled in the air. Neither of the two made the first move. They just stood there and stared at each other. Her clothes and hair fluttered around her, even though there was no wind. The three people in the pavilion all held their breaths and stared at the two people standing there. The two of them could vaguely feel the pressure from the energy that was gradually forming around them. After an unknown amount of time, the two suddenly rose from the ground at the same time and turned into countless shadows that flashed through the air. Yili could not help but widen her eyes to see the process of the two fighting. But all she could see were blue and white shadows. Yili knew that it was not that they had really turned into shadows, but that their speed was simply too fast. With her eyesight and the palace, she could not see their movements clearly. At this moment, Yili understood one thing. With her abilities, she might be able to deal with normal experts. But if she really faced top experts like Mo Xiaoyao and Ling Taihan, it was far from enough. Her heart hurt slightly. Yili could not help but frown. A hand was placed on her shoulder. Yili reflexively wanted to fight back, but she heard Lung Liuyue's faint voice. "Don't force yourself." Yili turned her head and looked over. Lung Luiyue and Sickly Scholar were no longer staring at the two people fighting. Instead, she glanced at him from time to time. Lung Luiyue was fine, but Sickly Scholar's face, which had recovered a lot after recuperating for a few years, had turned pale again. Lung Luiyue looked at her and explained seriously. When true top experts fight, there is too much difference between us. There is no benefit in watching. There is also the possibility of cultivation deviation. In the past, Imo Xiaoyao and Jinim of Gojoseon had fought before, but that was not considered to be true. Both sides had held back. But this time, Ling Taihan and Imo Xiaoyao both used their strongest powers to face their opponents. Under their full strength, the chi and battle intent formed between the two of them was enough to cause people with shallow cultivation or unstable temperament to suffer from internal injuries. Yi Li's temperament could be considered to be one of the top 10 in the world, but her inner strength cultivation had started too late. At most, she could only be compared to Sickly Scholar. Even compared to Lung Luiyue, she was still lacking by quite a bit. Just now, she had focused all her energy on watching Imo Xiaoyao and Ling Taihan's moves. If Lung Luiyue had not stopped her, she would have suffered internal injuries. Yili naturally thanked Lung Luiyue for her good intentions. She glanced at the two people fighting and sighed softly in her heart. Seeing Imo Xiaoyao and Ling Taihan's level of cultivation, it was not that she was not envious. It was just that they had started too late. And practicing martial arts, especially internal energy, had to be practiced from a young age. In novels, people who had obtained miraculous pills and strange secret manuals to become experts were still stories. Lung Luiyue seemed to have a good impression of Yili. Seeing her frown, she said softly, "There is no harm in watching. Just don't force it. Prince Ding and Big Brother know their limits. They will not really injure each other." Yili nodded and said, "Thank you, Pavilion Master Lung." She just looked outside helplessly. If she forced it, she could roughly see, but if she did not force it, she really could not see anything clearly. After thinking for a while, Yili stopped looking outside. Instead, she closed her eyes and listened carefully to the movements outside. Lung Luiyue saw this, and her cold eyes changed to a faint trace of admiration. Chapter 539. In the fight, the two swords would occasionally collide, creating dazzling sparks. But the three people sitting in the pavilion strangely did not hear any sounds of weapons colliding. Yili leaned against the pillar of the pavilion, her eyes slightly closed as she seriously felt the energy flow in the air. She finally found that undetectable but unparalleled energy vibration. That was the vibration caused by the internal power of the two people when they fought. This fight lasted for 4 whole hours. However, even though none of the 3 spectators were able to see a single move clearly, they didn't show the slightest bit of impatience. Yili suddenly felt a sharp charge in the air towards her brain. She hurriedly opened her eyes. She saw the 2 figures, one blue and one white, retreat to the sides. "Big Brother!" Lung Luiyue exclaimed softly. She leapt out and reached out to protect Ling Taihan, who was on the verge of collapse. Ling Taihan released Lung Luiyue's hand and waved his hand to indicate that she did not need to worry. Then he turned to look at Imo Xiaoyao and said with a smile, "Prince Ding really is a genius. This seat admires you." Although Imo Xiaoyao was still standing ramrod straight, his expression wasn't any better than Ling Taihan's. It was just that both of their eyes were filled with carefree joy. He smiled and said, "Pavilion Master Ling's literary skills are exquisite. This king also admires it. I have benefited greatly from today's fight." "Many thanks, Pavilion Master Ling." Ling Taihan laughed brightly and said, "We do not need to say such pleasantries. This seat has not come in vain to be able to fight Prince Ding. This seat will leave first and will not disturb Prince Ding and Wang Fei." "Pavilion Master Ling, take care," Yili said softly as she walked out of the pavilion. She walked to Imo Xiaoyao's side to look at him. He had used too much energy and his internal power had been greatly exhausted. He also had some internal injuries that were not serious. In this kind of evenly matched expert-level competition, it was considered light. He let out a sigh of relief. After watching Ling Taihan and the other two descend the mountain, Yuli helped Mo Xiaoyao into the pavilion and asked, "How are your injuries? Can we go down the mountain now?" Mo Xiaoyao smiled bitterly and helplessly. "I've been neglecting my cultivation for the past few years. My injuries seem to be more serious than Pavilion Master Ling's." In terms of cultivation, Mo Xiaoyao was indeed inferior to Ling Taiyan. Not to mention the fact that there were so many military and civil affairs in the Northwest that he had to deal with personally, just his identity as Prince Ding meant that he could not spend a lot of time on martial arts cultivation. Ling Taiyan, on the other hand, had to spend at least half a year cultivating behind closed doors. If Ling Taihan's current achievements were 30% talent and 70% hard work, then Mo Xiaoyao's would be 70% talent and 30% hard work. But now, it seemed that hard work and cultivation had a more solid foundation. And Mo Xiaoyao could not help but admit that even if he did not lose to Ling Taihan, he was still slightly inferior. We're not of the same mind. Or does Prince also plan on becoming the #1 person in the martial arts world? Yuli did not plan on comforting him and only said lightly, no matter how high Mo Xiaoyao's martial arts were, he still needed to focus on the Mahist army and the people of the Northwest. Even if he became the #1 expert in the world, he could not rely on himself to sweep the world. There was nothing wrong with working hard to improve one's own strength, but if one only focused on improving one's individual strength and ignored the bigger picture, then it would be putting the cart before the horse. Mo Xiaoyao originally did not have any intention of harping on this. He said this in front of Yi Li to seek comfort. Hearing Yi Li say this, he naturally did not mind. He smiled and said, "This place is not bad. If we go back to the city, people will disturb us. I want to rest here for a while. Li, can you wait for me?" Yi Li nodded in agreement. Mo Xiaoyao did not say anything else. He sat in the pavilion and closed his eyes to circulate his internal energy to heal himself. Mo Xiaoyao sat there for half a day and an entire night. He did not know if it was because of Miss Mu Rong at the foot of the mountain, but on this day, no one came up to the mountain to play. Yili did not disturb Mo Xiaoyao. At night, she casually picked a few wild fruits not far from the pavilion and ate them. The next morning, when the sun rose from the sea of clouds in the east, Mo Xiaoyao finally opened his eyes. His eyes, which had just opened, flashed with a bright light. His originally cold exterior seemed to have a trace of gentleness. Mo Xiaoyao turned his head to look at the girl leaning against a pillar and sleeping. His eyes filled with endless tenderness. When Mo Xiaoyao stood up, Yili opened her eyes. "Done? It's been hard on you, Li. How about you sleep a bit more?" Mo Xiaoyao hugged her and looked at his body as he spoke softly. Yili shook her head. She leaned against his chest for a while before saying, "Let's go down the mountain. I'm a bit hungry. You haven't eaten for a day, so you must be hungry too." Not resting for 1 or 2 nights was nothing to them. Moreover, she had leaned against him to sleep for half the night. Yili did not like to starve herself if there was no need. Mo Xiaoyao hugged her and laughed in a low voice. "All right, then let's go down a mountain." Mo Xiaoyao and Yili not returning for an entire night did not affect anyone. Ren Qining did notice, but he had many things to do. Naturally, he did not have time to ask about the whereabouts of these 2 people whose identities he did not even know yet. So when the city gates opened early in the morning, Mo Xiaoyao and Yili strolled back to the inn in the capital without attracting anyone's attention. The 2 sat in the main hall of the inn and ordered breakfast. As they ate, they listened to the people who were also eating talk about what happened at Jiaoning Temple yesterday. Miss Murong's grand appearance at Jiaoning Temple naturally attracted the attention of countless people. It was said that at the entrance of the temple, a sudden breeze blew off Miss Murong's veil. The beauty of the woman under the veil was peerless, causing many heroes of Jianghu to be intoxicated. A perfectly good Buddhist holy land was suddenly filled with charm and gentleness. Yili listened with interest. She tilted her head and asked Imo Xiaoyao, "Is Miss Murong really that peerless?" She had also seen Miss Murong. Although only her eyes could be seen because of the veil, Yili felt that at least that pair of eyes could not compare to Su Zhe's, concubine Lu's, or even Yaoji's. Under that pair of eyes, Yili felt that even if Miss Murong really was a beauty, it would not be to the point of being peerless. Imo Xiaoyao indifferently said, "It's only a so." Yili tilted her head and looked at him. She smiled and said, "Prince has high standards." In this world, Imo Xiaoyao had seen almost all of the women who were famous for their beauty. It was no wonder that he did not like Miss Murong. Imo Xiaoyao looked at Yili with a smile that was not a smile and softly said, "I naturally have high standards. Otherwise, how could I have such a good wife like Miss Li?" Yili curled her lips. Did he choose her? But after all these years, Yili also understood that if Imo Xiaoyao really did not want to marry her, there were many ways to stop this marriage. Then I still have to thank Prince for thinking so highly of me. Wife, you don't have to be so polite. This husband also has to thank wife for not disliking me. These two people were not easy to deal with. If they did not want to marry her, don't even mention that it was a marriage arranged by Imo Jingqi. Even if it was the heavenly emperor, they would still be able to make it disappear. What is Miss Murong's intention? Yili frowned and asked in a low voice. It just so happened that the wind blew off the veil at the entrance of the temple. This kind of inexplicable coincidence really made people speechless. Only those who had used the veil knew how much wind was needed to blow it off. Chapter 540. Imo Xiaoyao lightly snorted, choosing a son-in-law. Not everyone in this world loves money. If there are too few people going, wouldn't the Murong family lose face? When the time comes, the noble young masters who come forward to compete will also feel embarrassed. Yili raised her eyebrows. Imo Xiaoyao had nothing to do now, so he didn't want to think about this problem. She shrugged her shoulders. She also didn't want to think about these problems. After all, Big Brother was here. All right, let's just watch the show. There's no point in thinking too much. Imo Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction. Wife, you finally understand your husband's intentions. Soon, it was time for the martial arts convention that everyone had been waiting for. The martial arts convention was held in a large open space outside the Murong family home. It could be built into a large plaza. On the day of the convention, Imo Xiaoyao and Yili arrived at the right time. By the time they arrived at the Murong family home, the venue was already packed with people. Not only were there Jianghu masters and nobles, there were also in cities commoners who came to join the fun. What surprised Yili was that even Jinim of Gojoseon and Imo Jingqi had personally come. Jinim of Gojoseon wasn't a big deal. He was from Xiling and was one of the 4 great masters. It was natural for him to appear at the martial arts convention. However, Imo Jingqi had never left the Chu capital even when he was a prince, let alone when he was the emperor. Could it be that the Murong family's attraction was more important than his own life? Xiaoyao. Seeing Imo Jingqi, Yili's first reaction was to turn around and look at Imo Xiaoyao. Imo Xiaoyao lowered his head and smiled faintly at her. Don't worry, I won't do anything to him now. If it was 6 years ago when he suddenly saw Imo Jingqi, Imo Xiaoyao might not have been able to stop himself from killing Imo Jingqi on the spot. But 6 years later, the deep-rooted hatred was still there, but the impulse had gradually disappeared. He would not let Imo Jingqi die so easily. He wanted him to beg for death. Seeing that Imo Xiaoyao was very calm, Yili felt reassured and continued to size him up. Only now did she realize that the people by Imo Jingqi's side were all top-notch experts. Although they couldn't compare to Imo Xiaoyao and the others, any one of them would definitely be a famous figure in Jianghu. This made Yili wonder if Imo Jingqi had mobilized all the experts he could from the Chu state's royal family. Although Imo Jingqi and his brother were both very annoying, in comparison, Imo Jingli's courage was at least a little better than his older brother, the emperor. At the very front, there were many tables and chairs. On the tables were fresh, seasonal fruits that had been specially bought from the south of the Chu state. These seats were naturally reserved for people with status and fame. Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li were just a pair of unknown husband and wife. Naturally, they didn't have the right to sit in those seats. The two of them were standing under a large tree not far from the viewing platform. If they were tired, they could lean against the tree trunk and rest for a while, or just sit up in the tree. Jinnum of Gojoseon, who had arrived first, was currently leading Lei Tingfeng and Mo Jingqi and his brother in a discussion. Yi Li asked curiously. Lei Tingfeng seems to have already married the heir consort. Jinnum of Gojoseon wouldn't also be interested in Murong Xiaojie, right? Mo Xiaoyao held her waist and lazily leaned against the tree trunk. What's so strange about that? Jinnum of Gojoseon's princess consort has passed away many years ago. However, the Murong family might not be interested in Jinan Palace. It wasn't that Jinan Palace wasn't powerful enough, but that they were too powerful. Unfortunately, Jinnum of Gojoseon and the Murong family were both in Xiling. No matter who Murong Xiaojie married from Jinan Palace, the Murong family could be said to have ceased to exist. Yi Li understood and frowned in confusion. If I were a member of the Murong family, I would be more low-key and find a capable and reliable person to support the Murong family. With Murong Xiong holding the fort, I'm afraid that not many people would have the guts to cause trouble. Now, aren't we inviting a wolf into the house? Or does Murong Xiong already have the ability to fight against the heroes of the world? Mo Xiaoyao smiled. Just like what my wife said, some people just like to make their presence known. Most of the important tasks had already been taken, so the few empty seats were particularly eye-catching. Jinnum of Gojoseon glanced at the seat opposite him and raised his eyebrows. Prince Ding didn't attend this year's martial arts competition. Lei Tongfeng smiled. Prince Ding didn't wait for Princess Anqi's wedding and rushed back to the northwest with the princess consort. I'm afraid that he had something to do and couldn't come. No matter how smart the people present were, they would never have thought that someone would skip the coronation of a country's monarch just to accompany his wife on a sightseeing tour. Therefore, everyone believed that Prince Ding and the princess consort rushed back to the northwest because of something important. Not being able to fight with Prince Ding again is Ai's greatest regret. Jinnum of Gojoseon said with some regret, but he was already calculating the recent movements in the northwest. He did get the news that Prince Ding and Princess Ding had returned to the northwest. The Mahist army in the northwest also showed signs of mobilization, but it didn't look like they were going to start a war. Jinnum of Gojoseon couldn't guess what Mo Xiaoyao was going to do, but to be on the safe side, Jinnum of Gojoseon secretly mobilized 200,000 troops to strengthen the border guards with the northwest. It is indeed a great regret that Prince Ding can't come. But since Emperor Chu can come to Xiling, I, as the host, should properly welcome Emperor Chu. Jinnum of Gojoseon looked at Mo Jingqi and said with a smile. Mo Jingqi smiled and said, Prince is too polite. I just came to join the fun. Prince, please don't laugh. Jinnum of Gojoseon smiled, but didn't speak. He did laugh. Even though Jinnum of Gojoseon had 3,000 gold-clothed guards, he didn't have people like Mo Jingqi who followed him everywhere, from his bodyguards to his servants were all first-class aces. This was a level of fear of death. Did Mo Jingqi really think that so many first-class aces didn't need money? Or did he think that those aces were all willing to be his servants and didn't have the slightest bit of temper? Thinking back to when he heard that Mo Xiaoyao wouldn't be coming, Mo Jingqi secretly let out a sigh of relief. Jinnum of Gojoseon suddenly felt that he understood. After offending someone like Mo Xiaoyao, Mo Jingqi really should find himself some powerful bodyguards. Yinwang Chamber's Pavilion Master Ling has arrived. A loud announcement rang through the crowd. It was clear that the person the Murong family had arranged to announce the arrival was an expert. Everyone turned around and saw Ling Taihan in his usual blue robe. Behind him, Lung Luiwei and sickly scholar walked over with majestic steps. Compared to many of the people present, Ling Taihan, who was as usual, looked even more powerful. Many of the young chivalrous men present couldn't help but reveal looks of admiration when they saw Ling Taihan's figure. Jinnum of Gojoseon saw Ling Taihan slowly walking over, but the corner of his eye twitched. Compared to the last time they met, Ling Taihan's martial arts had improved by another level. If it was said that he was confident that he could at least tie with Ling Taihan the last time they met in Glass City, and maybe even win by a bit, this time he didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. Pavilion Master Ling. Although Ling Taihan's aura was shocking, his identity was special. As a well-known assassin, not many people greeted him. Ling Taihan nodded to the person who greeted him. He raised his head and scanned the seats around him. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Jinnum of Gojoseon smiled faintly. Pavilion Master Ling is looking for Prince Ding? What a pity. Prince Ding probably has something to do and didn't come to participate in this year's martial arts convention. Ling Taihan lowered his eyes. He didn't mention that he had seen Imo Xiaoyao 2 days ago. He said indifferently, since Prince Ding didn't come, I'll have to ask Jinnum of Gojoseon to give me some pointers. Since Prince Ding wasn't here, then he could reluctantly be my opponent. Ling Taihan, who had just broken through his bottleneck, urgently needed an expert to spar with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to participate in this so-called martial arts convention. Jinnum of Gojoseon choked. Although he was here, he didn't plan to fight. As he grew older, Jinnum of Gojoseon no longer focused on martial arts. No matter how invincible one's martial arts were, how could it compare to the pleasure of ruling the world? Master Morong has arrived. Lady Morong has arrived. The announcement rang out in the hall again. Jinnum of Gojoseon and the others' faces darkened in displeasure. They were all powerful figures and were used to being arrogant and domineering. What they hated the most was for others to be more ostentatious than them. If this person was evenly matched with them, then so be it, but a mere merchant should be the same. The ones with the ugliest expressions were Jinnum of Gojoseon and Lei Tingfeng. After all, the Morong family was located within Xiling and could be considered a subject of Xiling. Not long after, Master Morong, who was over 60 years old and had white hair and a beard, led Lady Morong, who was dressed in a light purple robe embroidered with a hibiscus pattern, out of the Morong family's gate. As they walked, the people in the hall naturally opened up a path for them. It looked like the crowd was lining the road to welcome them. The crowd quickly noticed that there was an old man who looked about the same age as Master Morong walking beside him. He was not dressed extravagantly, and even his appearance was not particularly outstanding. Most people might not have noticed it, but Ling Taihan and Jinnum of Gojoseon's expressions changed. They both looked at each other. The old man's aura was clearly 10 times, or even 100 times stronger than Master Morong's. Although his appearance was not eye-catching, he could walk side by side with Master Morong. If one looked closely, they would notice that Master Morong was also respectful and careful towards him. The two of them did not need to think too much to guess the old man's true identity. Master Morong walked forward and looked at the people in the hall. His gaze paused for a moment at the empty seat left for Prince Ding. His gaze darkened slightly, but he said with a smile on his face, I am the current master of the Morong clan. Thank you for giving me the honor of joining the martial arts tournament. For the sake of fairness in this martial arts conference, the Morong family has specially invited Senior Morong Xiong, the #1 expert in Jianghu 50 years ago, to be the judge. When he said this, the crowd was in an uproar. They all looked at the plain-clothed old man who had sat down at the head of the table as soon as he arrived. They were originally guessing the old man's identity, but now that they knew who he was, they immediately burst into a discussion. Master Morong was obviously satisfied with the crowd's shock. He nodded and said with a smile, Senior Morong has been in seclusion for more than 10 years, and his martial arts can be said to be unparalleled. He is naturally the most suitable person to be the judge. Ling Taihan sneered and said indifferently, Why have I never heard that the martial arts conference needs a judge? The experts in the martial arts conference always fought until one side was convinced, so there was naturally no need for a judge. Master Morong's face froze. He glanced at Ling Taihan and smiled faintly. Since this conference is held in the Murong family, and the Murong family has never liked to see blood, naturally, we will not overdo it. Ling Taihan snorted and leaned back in his chair without saying anything. As for Lady Murong, who was standing behind Master Murong, he did not even look at her. Such a rude action really embarrassed Master Murong. He glanced at Murong Xiong, who had sat down, and closed his eyes. Master Murong was about to say something when he heard someone report loudly from outside. Glass City's Master Qingshen has arrived. Chapter 541. This simple announcement caused many people's expressions to change. The first person to change his expression was Mo Jingqi. Although everyone knew that the Northwest and the Chu state had broken off relations, Mo Jingqi stubbornly refused to admit that it was his failure that forced Prince Ding and the Mahist army to break off relations with the Chu state. It was Mo Xiaoyao's ambitious rebellion. Thus, no one cared about what the people thought. However, in the imperial court, the ministers had no choice but to follow the emperor's preference and call Prince Ding a traitor. Although they felt a chill down their spines when they called him that, who told them to eat the emperor's rice? Now that Su Qingchun had openly used the title of Glass City, it was a heavy slap to Mo Jingqi's face. More importantly, it wasn't just the Prince Ding mansion and the Mahist army. The Su family had also been forced out by him. Now that young Master Qingchun had appeared here with great fanfare, using Mo Xiaoyao's name, wasn't he telling the world that the person Mo Jingqi didn't dare to use, Mo Xiaoyao dared to use? The Su family had been hidden away into the Chu state, but immediately held great power in the Northwest. Under this comparison, it was obvious who was superior and who was inferior. It would be strange if Mo Jingqi's expression didn't look good. Then there were Mo Jingli and Lei Tingfeng, as well as a few other young talents with ulterior motives. After all, when Lady Murong was choosing a son-in-law, the man's appearance would definitely have an advantage. Among the people present, there were probably less than 2 or 3 who could compare to young Master Qingchun in terms of appearance. Everyone could only rejoice that young Master Qingchun didn't know martial arts. Otherwise, the Murong family probably wouldn't have needed to compete and would have chosen directly. As for the other 2 important figures present, Ling Taihan and Su Qingchen did not have any conflict of interest. Moreover, the 2 of them were quite close, so they nodded at Su Qingchen as a form of greeting. As for Jinnum of Gojoseon, although young Master Qingchen was famous all over the world, he had never fought with Jinnum of Gojoseon. Moreover, the 2 of them were not from the same generation. Among the younger generation, the only one who could make Jinnum of Gojoseon a worthy opponent was Mo Xiaoyao. Therefore, he did not think much of Su Qingchen. Su Qingchen had already trained himself to be indifferent to both honor and disgrace in his youth. So how could he care about such a small scene? Young Master Qingchen was dressed in white robes as he strolled over. There was a smile on his face that was like pear blossoms in spring. The countless Jianghu heroines present could not help but gasp and blush. Miss Murong, who was standing beside Lord Murong, couldn't help but stare blankly. She thought highly of herself and had seen a lot of talented people these days. However, she had never seen young Master Qingchen's celestial demeanor. At this time, Miss Murong did not remember what her grandfather and granduncle had told her. Her heart was beating wildly. Everyone, please forgive me for being late. Su Qingchun cupped his hands and smiled. Jinnum of Gojoseon laughed loudly and said, Young Master Qingchun is too polite. Please sit. I wonder if Prince Ding and Princess Consort can come? Su Qingchun said calmly, Thank you for your concern. Prince Ding and Princess Consort are busy with worldly affairs and have no time to spare. Therefore, they could only let an idle person like me come to join the fun. I hope everyone will not mind. Everyone present was polite. Everyone present was an influential person from various countries. Naturally, they knew that this celestial man in front of them was not an idle person. Although Mo Xiaoyao civil officials did not have a clear position, Everyone knew that young Master Qing Chen's power in the Northwest was not inferior to a country's prime minister. Humph! The guests present were extremely polite. As the host, Master Murong's face was not very good. The Murong family and the Su family could be said to be the two oldest families that have been passed down for generations. However, although Murong family was the richest in the world, they had always had a nod in their hearts towards Su family. There was no other reason. Su family was a family of scholars. 4 generations, great scholars, and famous ministers came out in large numbers. Their name resounded throughout the world and was revered by tens of thousands of people. However, because Murong family was a merchant family, they could not even enter the imperial court. Once they became rich enough to rival a country, they had to endure all kinds of attacks from the royal family, both overt and covert. No one would believe that the royal family of West Hill did not contribute to the decline of the Murong family until now. Although the Su family and the Murong family were both suppressed by the imperial family, even if the Su family were to fall one day, they would still be able to leave their name in history. After all, if the Su family's contributions to the imperial family were to be completely erased, then the historical records would have to be rewritten. As for Murong family, once they were destroyed, who would remember them? What's more, Su family had found a powerful nephew-in-law. They also had fifth brother son who had extraordinary ability. Once Prince Ding's power stabilized in the future, Su family would clearly rise again, even more than before. On the other hand, Murong family was so poor that they only had money left. How could people not sigh? This light snort shook the hearts of everyone present. Su Qingchen's expression changed slightly. In fact, he did not feel it too deeply. However, when he saw the reaction of Jinnum of Gojoseon and Ling Taihan, he understood that the light snort was not that simple. Su Qingchen turned to look at Murong Xiong, who was sitting at the head of the table. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior Murong, this junior has been rude. Please forgive me." Murong Xiong's snort contained a special kind of internal energy. It was only effective against people who also had internal energy. The deeper the internal energy, the more powerful it was. Unfortunately, he had retired from Jianghu for too long. He had never considered the possibility that Su Qingchen did not know martial arts. Moreover, Su Qingchen's bearing was outstanding. His elegance was restrained. Even when interacting with experts like Jinnum of Gojoseon and Ling Taihan, he did not retreat in the slightest. Murong Xiong only became more and more convinced that Su Qingchen used some kind of special method to conceal his martial arts. Jianghu originally had such a method. At this time, seeing that Su Qingchen's expression did not change, his expression could not help but become more serious. "Why didn't Prince Ding come?" Murong Xiong asked in a deep voice. His tone was somewhat tyrannical. Immediately, many people present felt displeased. For example, Jinnum of Gojoseon and the others all wished that they could be born with a 7-orifices heart. They thought 10 times more than ordinary people. Although most of them did not see eye to eye with Immo Shuyao, Immo Shuyao's ability and status at least made them accept him wholeheartedly. This old man spoke in such a tone, full of arrogance and bossiness. Not only did he not put Immo Shuyao in his eyes, but he also did not put them in his eyes. Jinnum of Gojoseon's expression did not change. His gaze indifferently swept past Ling Taihan, Immo Jingli, and the others. His eyes were slightly cold. This old man did not think that after not appearing for a few decades, everyone in the world would listen to him now that he had come out of seclusion. Stupid. Su Qingchen was not angry. The smile on his face did not decrease at all. He calmly said, "Prince Ding and the princess are tied up with business and have no time to attend this year's martial arts convention. I have already apologized to Jinnum of Gojoseon and Pavilion Master Ling on behalf of Prince Ding. The two of you do not mind." With Immo Shioyao's martial arts and status, only Jinnum of Gojoseon and Ling Taihan could fight with him. If it was only the martial arts convention, if the two of them did not mind, then naturally no one had the right to say anything. Moreover, participation in the martial arts convention was voluntary. If Prince Ding did not want to come, then no one could stop him. However, Murong Xiong was not satisfied with this result. He said in a low voice, "This old man sent an invitation to Prince Ding. Why did he not come?" Su Qingchun slightly frowned. His gaze swept over Miss Murong, who was standing next to Master Murong. He did not immediately answer Murong Xiong's question. Instead, he turned around and walked to the empty seat next to Ling Taihan and sat down. Seeing that Murong Xiong was about to explode in anger, he slowly said, "Our prince said that he has no interest in anything other than the martial arts convention." Chapter 542. Everyone present was silent. What did he mean by something other than the martial arts assembly? Almost everyone's eyes fell on Miss Murong. Miss Murong was originally looking at young Master Qingchun in a daze, but now she was ashamed and angry, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Rude brat! Murong Xiong flew into a rage and slapped the air in the direction of Su Qingchun's seat. The air was so strong that it was almost suffocating, and it pressed down on Su Qingchun from all directions. Young Master Qingchun. The two guards beside Su Qingchun were shocked and stepped forward, one in front and one behind Su Qingchun. Ling Taihan, who was sitting beside Su Qingchun, also put a hand on Su Qingchun's shoulder at the same time. The two guards in front of Su Qingchun swayed, but soon they stood still. A trace of blood flowed out of the lips of the man standing in front, but he didn't seem to feel the pain. He wiped the blood away and was helped back to stand behind Su Qingchun by his companion. Ling Taihan also calmly withdrew his hand, but his eyes were still vigilantly staring at Murong Xiong in front of him. His sharp eyes revealed a hint of eagerness. Su Qingchun sat calmly behind the table, and even his hair didn't move in the slightest. It was as if the murderous palm didn't happen at all. Young Master Qingchun took a sip of tea and thanked him gracefully. "Thank you, Senior Murong, for showing mercy." Murong Xiong snorted and sat back in his seat, no longer speaking. He stared at Su Qingchun with eyes full of gloominess and inquiry. Murong Xiong certainly couldn't kill Su Qingchun. Perhaps it would be easy to kill Su Qingchun. Murong Xiong even felt that it wouldn't be difficult to kill Mo Xiaoyao with his martial arts. But as long as he wasn't crazy, he couldn't do that. He could kill Su Qingchun and Mo Xiaoyao, but he couldn't kill hundreds of thousands of Mahist army. When the time came, the Mahist army would flatten the Murong family. The so-called bargaining chip was a bargaining chip because it was useless to hold it in one's hand. Once it was used, it would be a life and death battle. Murong Xiong was slapped in the face by Su Qingchun on the spot. Naturally, Master Murong's face didn't look good either. He put away all the nonsense he had prepared and announced the start of the martial arts tournament with an indifferent expression. In truth, according to the usual practice, there was not much to see on the first day of the martial arts tournament. The first day was mostly filled with rookies from Jianghu going up to fight. The real excitement came on the second and third days. Of course, sometimes the third day of the competition would end very quickly, and sometimes it would extend to the fourth or fifth day, depending on the strength of the remaining experts. When the martial arts competition on the stage began, the people who were watching the excitement were naturally excited, but the people who were sitting below the stage were already somewhat absent-minded. Under a tree not far away, Yili leaned against Mo Xiaoyao's chest and frowned as she watched the people on stage. Mo Xiaoyao patted her and comforted her. "Don't worry, Big Brother is fine." Su Qingchun had clearly calculated that Murong Xiong wouldn't dare to kill him, so he chose to sit beside Ling Taihan. As long as Murong Xiong didn't use all his strength, Ling Taihan could block it for him. At that time, no matter whether Su Qingchun was injured or not, Murong Xiong's reputation for attacking a weak person would be set. Yili nodded and asked, "How is Murong Xiong's martial arts?" Mo Xiaoyao frowned and said, "Far above me and Ling Taihan." This conclusion wasn't surprising. Murong Xiong's age was much higher than theirs. Not to mention that Murong Xiong was a martial arts genius. Even if his aptitude was ordinary at this age, he still couldn't be underestimated. What did Morong Xiong mean just now? Yili asked with a frown. Imo Xiaoyao laughed and said, What could it mean? When he saw that I didn't go, he felt that our Princeton mansion didn't give him face. Some old people like to take advantage of their seniority and think that everyone in the world should act according to their mood. They don't even see if he has the ability to do so. Yili tilted her head and looked at the people on the stage. She pursed her lips and said, I think Miss Morong might have a different opinion from Morong Xiong and the head of the Morong family. But Miss Morong won't be able to enter the Su family's door. Ever since Su Qingshan appeared, Miss Morong's eyes never left Su Qingshan. If it wasn't for the veil covering her face and the martial arts competition on the stage diverting everyone's attention, I'm afraid that many people present would be able to perceive her feelings. Imo Xiaoyao supported Yi Li and said in a low voice, He doesn't like her? Yi Li smiled and said, There's nothing to like or dislike. Big brother and the Su family won't like her. Imo Xiaoyao wasn't interested in who Su Qingshan liked or disliked. He stood up straight and said, It seems that there's nothing to see today. Let's go back to the city first. Perhaps there will be a good show tomorrow or the day after. The two people quietly left the stage and didn't attract too much attention. However, when they returned to An City, the shopkeeper of Qingyuan was quite surprised. After all, there was such a lively event outside the city. It was strange for these two to come back so early. Imo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said that his beloved wife wasn't feeling well, so he came back first. The shopkeeper immediately showed an understanding expression as he respectfully sent the two upstairs. After all, no matter how handsome this young master was, he was still married. Naturally, he had no fate with Miss Morong. That it wasn't that important whether or not they watched the competition, right? Imo Xiaoyao and Yi Li didn't personally attend the competition on the first and second day. Imo Xiaoyao was an expert at this level, so he naturally didn't care about the small fights between the so-called experts on the stage. He only heard that in these 2 days, there were a few young experts who stood out and killed their way into the top 10. Among them was Ren Qining, who they had met several times. At the same time, the head of the Morong family announced at the end of the second day that he would choose a husband for his granddaughter from the top 10 experts. Once this announcement was made, it was unknown how many people were stirred up. At the same time, a letter from Su Qingshan was delivered to Yi Li and Imo Xiaoyao's room. Big brother, what are your plans? In Su Qingshan's room, Yi Li sat at the table and drank tea. Imo Xiaoyao leisurely leaned against the window and enjoyed the scenery in the distance. Su Qingshan sat to the side and looked at Yi Li. Then he turned to Imo Xiaoyao and said, Prince, what do you think? Imo Xiaoyao turned around and lazily said, Didn't I leave this matter to Brother Qingshan to handle? Brother Qingshan can do as he sees fit. This small matter shouldn't be too difficult for Brother Qingshan, right? Su Qingshan didn't comment and lightly said, Morong Xiong's idea is indeed whimsical, but there are definitely many people who are interested in this matter. After all, the Morong family's wealth is comparable to a country. Before today, Imo Jingqi had already sent people to contact the head of the Morong family. Imo Xiaoyao coldly snorted and said, Imo Jingqi is becoming less and less picky. Whatever smells good or smells bad, he's taking it back. Su Qingshan helplessly smiled and said, Prince doesn't need to be so harsh. Let's not talk about Miss Morong for now. At the very least, the wealth of the Morong family can only be fought for by anyone. From the perspective of an official, Su Qingshan would also advise Imo Xiaoyao to marry a girl from the Morong family. After all, marrying a girl to obtain such a large amount of wealth, why not? However, Imo Xiaoyao was not only the person he had to support, but also his brother-in-law. For Lier, the Morong family should not even think about setting foot in the Princeton mansion. But what the Princeton mansion doesn't want, he can't let anyone else have it. Su Qingshan's gentle eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Big brother? Yi Li somewhat worriedly looked at Su Qingshan. Imo Xiaoyao stubbornly pushed everything to his big brother. Although his big brother's intelligence was outstanding, the people he had to come into contact with were all people of the Walline. Sometimes people of Jiang who moved faster than their brains, so there was still a certain amount of danger. Su Qingchun indifferently smiled. No matter, Lear, don't worry. Big brother will take care of everything. No one can threaten Li Er's position and happiness, even if it was the #1 expert 50 years ago. Prince, if you want to deal with Murong Xiong, do you have confidence? Su Qingchun asked. Mo Xiaoyao frowned and muttered to himself for a moment before saying, at most, I only have a 30% chance. Murong Xiong's internal energy is far above mine. If I can't end the fight quickly, the one who loses in the end will be me. Ordinary experts fight with internal energy and physical strength. But for experts at their level, the so-called physical strength has no meaning. So as long as Murong Xiong isn't old to the point of dying, they won't have the chance to compete with him in terms of physical strength, because he can firmly suppress them with his internal energy. So Murong Xiong's old age can't be considered a weakness. Su Qingchun casually tapped on the table and asked after a while, if one prince isn't enough, then what about 2 or 3? You mean? Mo Xiaoyao stood up and stared at Su Qingchun. Su Qingchun looked down and calmly said, Murong family's ambition isn't small, but Murong Xiong is old. That temperament. Sooner or later he'll be a disaster. His calm tone carried a faint killing intent. Mo Xiaoyao stared at him for a while before saying, there's no need for 3. I and Ling Taian or Lei Jinting can deal with Murong Xiong. That's good. Su Qingchun nodded with satisfaction and said, then maybe we don't need Prince Ding to come out. If Mo Xiaoyao and Ling Taian or Lei Jinting can deal with Murong Xiong, then even without Mo Xiaoyao, they can still deal with Murong Xiong. Big brother, Murong Xiong's martial arts are too high. I'm afraid the Murong family isn't completely unprepared. You must be careful, Yili said softly. Su Qingchun nodded with a warm smile, but there was a slight sharpness between his brows. Li don't worry. Reporting to young Master Qingchun, Miss Murong requests an audience. The guard outside the door respectfully reported. Su Qingchun frowned and lightly said, invite Miss Murong up. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.